Welcome back, everybody. Today I will offer you some more evidence of the bigger Earth. As you know, I think that the moon map is the map of the bigger Earth. Welcome back, everybody. Today I will offer you some more evidence of the bigger Earth. As you know, I think that the moon map is the map of the bigger Earth. Recently, I came to the conclusion that the images of the shuttle are actually images of the bigger Earth. I used to think, like all flat earthers, that all NASA images were CGI, so I refused to look at them. So let's take a look at the new evidence, which are the images you are looking at right now. Nothing special, you will think. Think star constellations. Look at the strange light pattern. Now you see the camera is turning because they want to show you something. And off they go, flying around the Earth, which is hard to believe for me that it's not a ball. But for the moment, that's not important. So let's turn this back and see what we can find about this star system. Because I think this star constellation is the Pleiades. Here you see various pictures of it, but none of them is exactly the same. And that is probably because it is filmed from a different angle. Let's take that as our first puzzle piece and see if there is any confirmation in the following pieces. Well, if this is Pleiades, we might take a look at the other constellations in the neighborhood of the Pleiades. So, next to the Pleiades, we have Taurus. Taurus with the V shape, but only one star is visible, and that would be Aldebaran. Next to Taurus, we have Orion. Well, I tried to find the exact location of the stars, but maybe this picture will make it a bit clearer. A man holding a club. For the people who remember a video from the older days, where I tried to find the star pattern of Orion on the moon map, I was able to find Orion and the Pleiades.
Mic check, mic check, mic check, mic check, mic check, mic check. What's going on, people? How we doing? I thought I'll quickly go live, hit you lot with a surprise live, few things, bring you up to speed on a few things. How we doing, grand old chat room? We've got Rose in the building, much love, Rose. We've got Fabulous Pam, my brother Alchemos. How we doing? How we doing? Much love. Welcome. Um, yeah, Rose, there's a few things I wanted to touch base with either yourself or even Jason, you know. Um, but yeah, I've got some interesting finds to show you and the 777 camp. The 777 camp, right? I got some interesting things to show the 777 camp, right? Big big up to the 777 camp. Big up to the 777 camp. You lot are bringing it large. Oi, oi, look, they're strolling in. They're strolling in. They're strolling in. They're strolling in. We've got Creek Mary in the building. How we doing, Creek Mary? Much love, much love. Just JP in the building. Just JP. How we doing, my man? Big up. Good stuff, good stuff. Hey, tomorrow could work. Tomorrow could work. Yo, don't get me happy, sister. Do not get me overexcited, please. Tomorrow could definitely work, right? Because I think Wednesday I should be having my second episode with the Occult Rejects for Wednesday. So that would be good if I could chop it up with you for Tuesday and then chop it up with the Occult Rejects on Wednesday. Whew. Go cold, cold, cold. Yeah, 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 yeah. Definite, definite. We can do that. We can do that. I'm thinking maybe around this time, Rose, if possible. How does that sound to you, Rose? Around this time or even a bit later? It's up to you. Depends how your schedule is. I know you're a busy lady. Busy. Oh yeah, and obviously we have to ask Z if it's okay with Z. All right? Is that okay with Z? You let me know, and we. The lady. Busy. Oh yeah, and obviously we have to echo him back. Echo him back. Let me pin that to the top. There we go. That's right to the top now. Interesting. There's my man, Noble Don McRon. How we doing, my man? Good stuff. Good stuff. But Rose, I must admit, Rose, my work is very different. I do it different over here. So if you do come, prepare to have your mind bust wide open, right? Your whole reality bust wide open again, right? Again, because I know you've had it bust open before with the company you keep, Jason and Crow, they're deep thinkers, right? So I know your reality has shifted, but prepare to have it shifted again, okay? When you get in contact with London, okay? Very different, very different, very different. You're gonna, if you tune in on Wednesday, anyway, you you can see us go to work with the Occult Rejects. The Occult Rejects. I should be featuring with them, and you'll find out for yourself on Tuesday. Hopefully tomorrow. Okay, let's have a look. A bit later, please. Maybe 5 p.m. Eastern, an hour before Z goes live. Sure, sure. Hey, the later the better for London, right? Because that means the children have gone to bed. 4:20, get in the zone. And when I'm in the zone, I'm gonna stay in the zone, right? Children are tucked up, no one can disturb me. Mrs. is tucked up in bed, everyone's tucked up. Just London and the 777 gang, right? Just London and the 777 gang. Start cooking. Oh boy, oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy. What do you know what? Actually, stay there. Let's see if this plays. Since you're there, right? Let's have a little sneak preview of something, Rose. This is the kind of stuff I like to do, right? Let me see if I can get it up for you. 1 second. Come on, let's get this rolling. Hurry up. Bear with me. Okay. Hopefully this plays. Oh yeah, it looks like we're in good. We're good. All right, this is just a little sneak preview, right? You said you like it different. Hey, salutes to everybody in the building. Salutes to everybody. I seen someone come in. Hold on. Hold on. Where is she? Where is she? There you go. 313 in the place to be. Huh? 313 in the place to be. What's going on, Hides? Much love, much love. All right, cool. I want to quickly show you guys something, right? This is what we've been working on. I'll strap in. Have a quick look at this.
welcome. It's London Man. In this segment, we will be covering the upper room. Let's go.
In 1939, doctors began splitting living human brains in half in order to treat severe forms of epilepsy. If that wasn't weird enough, no one was prepared for what happened next. The surgeries didn't only cure the patient's epilepsy, but fundamentally upended our understanding of human consciousness. In fact, many neuroscientists point to the experiments that came after these surgeries as evidence that there's not just one you living inside your brain, but potentially dozens or hundreds of different yous always competing for control of your body. Now, that may sound, well, frankly insane, but before you flip to the next video in your queue, there's someone that I want you to meet. This is Joe. 7 years before this was shot for Scientific American Frontiers, surgeons cut the corpus callosum that connects the two sides of his brain.
Left hemisphere and right hemisphere now are working independent of each other.
The corpus callosum is the brain's information superhighway. It transfers an immense amount of information every second and unifies the brain into a single coherent structure.
This is our universe, an ever-expanding network of stars and galaxies. And this is your brain. Don't they look eerily similar to one another? Why are they so alike? Could your brain be a mini version of the cosmos? Or could the universe actually be part of some larger consciousness? And on the largest scale imaginable, the galaxies in our universe form clusters with vast amounts of empty space in between. These clusters are connected to each other by a complex network known as
Based on the novel by Robert A. Heinlein, Paul Verhoeven's Starship.
Obviously, I'm going to keep forward it in certain parts so you lot don't see everything. So it's anticipation, right? So you can get it all when it's ready to get. All right, cool.
Troopers is a satirical sci-fi action blockbuster that chronicles an interplanetary conflict between the humans of the Federation and an insectoid alien race known as the Arachnids.
Or I don't know if some people are more predisposed to it, or if they're on a certain level of consciousness that opens that ability up to them.
Dictating ahead. Let's go.
What is it?
It's called Nowhere, the severed head of an ancient celestial being.
Golgotha, Aramaic, skull, also called Calvary, from Latin calva, bald head, or skull, skull-shaped hill in ancient Jerusalem.
The villi allow CSF to be reabsorbed by the brain's venous blood within the dural venous sinuses. They are most commonly found in the superior sagittal sinus, shown here in green, and its associated blood lakes, also called lateral lacunae, now highlighted in green. As humans age,
There we go. It's not even finished yet. It's not even finished yet. We're just working on it. We're just working on it. But that's part 11 in the making, ladies and gentlemen. That's part 11. And we're also working on the Bees Files part 2, you know, just to bring you up to speed. But yeah, shout out to the grand old chat room. Shout out, shout out. Shadow and light in the building. Shadow and light in the building. Hit that like button, please, ladies and gentlemen. If you're happy to be here. If you're happy to be here. If you're not, you know where the exit is. Flat Earth Nation in the building. Peace. Peace. Good stuff. What did Rose say? It's nothing to freak out about. Interesting to see, especially if it, oh, come at 12 p.m. becomes visible. Okay. Interesting. What's Heidi saying? The word matrix means Hebrew. So it means the word matrix in Hebrew means womb. Okay. That's interesting. I didn't know that. It means womb. Okay. Very nice. Very nice. Very nice. Good stuff. So hope you lot are well today, man. Happy Monday. Happy Moon Day. Happy Moon Day. You know, hope everybody is well. Hope everybody is well. Good stuff. 420, if you got that. Let's carry on with a bit more of what we was watching.
Let's relocate this cluster of craters. Go to the moon map, and there of course we have our crater Sulpicius Gallus M, which is the star Sirius. Let's move to the right to the 3-star.
Just gonna pause the video for a second. Sulpicius Gallus M, this crater that we do live in, I think it's very interesting. And the next door crater is Linne, Linne, and he thinks that that's Atlantis. And the Mare Serenitatis is a huge sea, right, in between these our two craters, and it links to a lot of the biblical stories about Noah and about men also marching for 40 years, marching through the desert after the Noah. It's really interesting, very interesting. And what else did I want to say? There's something else. Yeah, we'll finish up about 7:45 tonight. David Clues is on at 8 o'clock, so I always watch that because he's always best place to get your news from with all the gobshite clown world stuff happening. So yeah, we continue.
Stars of Orion. Move it more north to the cluster of craters reflected in the firmament as Pleiades. Let's start from this location and see if we can find some more evidence. Let's zoom in. Let's start with this remarkable place here. Now take a look at the shuttle map, and we can find a very strange spot here. Let's zoom in and compare. It's at a different angle, of course, but we're getting close. Let's take a look again at the shuttle images. and take a look at this strange crater. Back to the moon map and go to the right from that strange spot. Compare the location again. Take a close-up of the...
Indeed, Rose. Indeed, indeed. Do you know what? Hold on 1 second. 1 second, Rose. Rose, you on Telegram at all? Do you have Telegram? You have Telegram, Rose? If you got Telegram, let me know, right? Put a link. You can join our Telegram group. It's not a big Telegram group. It's just a nice, quiet, small one with a few of the people in the chat room that you see. You know, I'm pretty sure you got some fans in this chat room right now. So if you feel like connecting, join the Telegram group. We will if someone can throw it down in the chat room, please. If someone can throw that down there, I'd appreciate that. I will try and give you an email for tomorrow, and that way we have each other's emails and we can, keep in contact that way. But I really wanna, sit down and have a talk with you, because I know you're connected with the 777 gang, and I've got some work for the 777 gang. Believe that. All right. So much love to you, Rose, and your gang. Much love, much love, much love. Yeah, someone do me a favor, please. Throw that down in the chat room, please. There we go.
The two craters, the one on the moon map and the one from the shuttle images. For people who saw my video, Crater Earth and the Phantom Planets, know that this crater reflected in the dome is the Kuiper Belt, or the Kuiper Belt. And here we go again, people. The Flying Ball Circus. Using this music, I must be crazy. Well, I wonder who is crazy here. Zoom out again, so you have the spot, the strange spot, the Kuiper Belt, and here below you have the claw form. Back to the shuttle images and zoom into this claw form.
Big up to Wim as well. I haven't spoken to him for a while, but he's amazing research with this sort of stuff. If you haven't watched Wim's work, probably a few people haven't. It's a fantastic series to go through. I think all of his episodes are on Rumble and maybe on here as well. But yeah, anyway, cracking.
And compare it. Now move to the right. Looking for similarities. I don't know about you, but I see a lot of similarities, and especially the Kuiper Belt. When you take a look again at these images, you realize that the reflection of this piece of land is our solar system. When you hear the word global warming, you start seeing things in different perspective. In the previous video, I showed you images of Mars. You have the crater, the Snake River, and the feather on the foreground. So I found a new one. There it is, the snake. Compare it with previous images of Mars. Quite similar, with the feather on the foreground.
You're gonna need a bigger boat.
While I was making this,
Hold on a second. So this is what I'm talking about. If you like ain't seeing what I'm seeing right now, forget about it. If you ain't seeing what I'm seeing right now, catch up. That's all I can say. Because I can see it in plain sight. If you know what I'm looking at, then you know. Let's keep going.
video, one of my viewers posted the link.
Hold on. First of all, remember what we were saying, right? How I was saying Mars is in Cairo, Egypt, the Middle East. Look at the comparison. This one to the right is the Middle East. You can see the River Nile running straight through it. That's the River Nile, for fuck's sake. Crazy.
Well, you can't believe this. Look at the date. I will put a link for the article. Possibility of intelligent life on Mars. Well, I hope they don't refer to themselves. But it's very interesting. Look at the two pictures they are showing. These are exactly the same I have been showing in the previous video. You have the feather, and you have this little crater by the seaside. Very strange. Probably all coincidence. Let me come back to the previous video I deleted. Well, the reason was very simple. I made a mistake. Let me explain it to you. I thought the images you are seeing now were images of our crater. I clearly saw the silhouette of our crater, but the main element was that I also saw the airstrip of the Epcot map. I even made a 3D map of what I thought was our crater.
For people that are new to this, what Walt Disney's all around the world match up on the same map as the crater, as Earth, and it's really weird. You probably won't understand if you've not watched it, but just carry on watching.
And you see Mount Miro, the V-shaped entrance, so I thought, yeah, this is it. But when I published this video, one of my viewers reported, hey, I know this place. It is the Valley of Searles, the village of Trona. So I checked it out on Google Maps and damn! So I had no other option than to remove the video. But as I was making a video to apologize, I still had this sneaking suspicion that something was wrong. They even showed us 2 times this Searles Trona, one in summertime, one in wintertime. So they want us to see this. But why? So I started to rewatch the videos of our good friend Richard Branson. I watched them over and over and over again until I finally cracked it. Let me first explain what Richard Branson is doing exactly. He is creating space tourism. What is space tourism? Well, you shoot people out of our crater and you show them the bigger Earth. You show them the planets, the stars, spaceship Earth. Okay, let's analyze this video. So you see the mothership releasing the aircraft. Now the aircraft is flying above the Californian mountains. The mothership returns to base. The aircraft is ascending vertically. Look at the sky. The sky is going from blue to black. That means that the aircraft is going into space. Here you have the Californian mountains again. Once in space, the aircraft goes horizontally. And from there you can see the bigger Earth. At least that was what I thought. So they threw out the bait and I ate it. Where did I go wrong? Now I know that these are the mountains of California, but these are the mountains of bigger Earth. But what are we?
This is what's amazing. I'm sure he sees Mount Meru soon as well, sticking out through the clouds. It's amazing. And it's nuts. Like, think about it. We are in a tiny portion of this planet or whatever we live on. Chamber, cavern, whatever. Turtle's back. And it's nuts. Think about what's outside of our realm, though. What other worlds there are? Like Avatar is another world. Avatar, one's Alien versus Predator, one's Dinosaur realm, one's Giant realm, one's Titan. It's just nuts, man. It's like all that biogeology and all those huge animals on the Sahara, the dragon and the fish behemoth. Think about how big our realm is. Our realm is too small for them. So where did they live? They lived on the whole planet, maybe. I don't know. It's nuts. It's crazy. Big up to
Looking
them.
at? So I watched it over and over again. It's like some kind of mind control is in my brain, preventing me from seeing the obvious. And then I realized, think Epcot. Now I see it, it's almost ridiculous. I couldn't see it. You have Epcot, the industrial park area, and the entrance complex.
This he's shown us outside of our crater. I'm sure this is just outside of our world. So Virgin Galactic have messed up, or SpaceX, I'm not sure which one it was. They've messed up and they've shown on their camera some of the outside of our world. How nuts is that? Crazy.
I disagree. I wouldn't say they messed up. Maybe they're showing us this for a reason. Have we ever considered that? I don't think these people do stuff like that because they put it out there, right, for a reason. I don't think they messed up. I think they're trying to see who's putting the pieces together, who's smart enough to clock on, right? That's what I think they're doing. In my humble opinion, I don't think it's an error on their end.
But what is this spot then? Take a look again at the Epcot map in Blender, and there next to Epcot you see a valley. This is the valley next to Epcot. And where would be our crater? Well, it would be around here. Why are they not showing the crater? Well, it would be too recognizable when they would show the continents. I thought I had an image of Crater Earth, but it seems like I have an image of Epcot now. Let's zoom in and take a closer look. Are these roads or buildings?
This is what I mean, man. Honestly, they are taking our tax money and they're building this outside of our world. That's what I've always thought. As soon as I watch Wim's work, that's what I've always thought. Schwab.
I don't think this, if it's outside of quote unquote our realm, I don't think it has nothing to do with money. Once again, that's just my humble opinion. I don't think it has anything to do with money when it's things to do with outside of our realm. Right? I just think it's a regime they're working underneath. I don't think it's nothing to do with money, in my humble opinion. Let's keep going.
Musk, Bezos, they're not here all the time. These high-speed underground trains probably go outside of our world to other worlds where they have better tech. They probably don't work like slaves, etc. Yeah, interesting. Why is there no sound?
Take a look at the Searles Valley map. Obvious question is, why am I seeing the airport of the future silhouette of the Disney World map? What is happening here? When you put the two maps next to each other, it's almost identical. It's almost like the rocks have the same shape. Airport of the future, entrance complex, industrial park area, and Epcot, all there. At this stage, I'm starting to see the silhouette of Great Britain. Take a look at the Searles Valley. On the right, the Virgin Galactic pictures, and on the left, the Google Maps version. Completely unrealistic, it's almost a cartoon. To understand the size of it, look at the little houses in the front. After looking at it for a few minutes, I understood it's a pattern I have seen before. In Disneyland, Mecca. In Mecca, you even see Antarctica, the white part. This, of course, is the silhouette of our crater. Let's compare all the top views and take the silhouette with the pyramid and the circle. Put it on Disneyland. Our crater, which is shown in a slightly different angle. And then, of course, Searles Trona. Clearly the same pattern. Take a look at the center. In the center of Disneyland, you have the Templar's Cross. In Mecca, you have the Black Stone. And here, I don't know. At first, I thought it's a menorah, or maybe an Isis, or a reversed scarab, but it will have something to do with our brain again.
Correct.
At that point, I was thinking, well, if the crater is the head, then maybe the rest of the Epcot map is the body. So I put a human body in it. Well, I very soon understood that it is not a male body, but a female body. Please welcome Trona, Searless Trona. The crater is the brain. Epcot is the heart. Epcot probably stands for Apep-Cot. Apep House, the house of the Apep energy. The industrial park area stands for intestines. And now it comes the parasite humor. The entrance complex stands for the vagina and the womb. And finally, of course, the airport of the future are the feet. Now, some of my viewers will say it is a fossilized giant. Well, never say never. Maybe you can put this on the Great Britain map. Another viewer mailed me and he said, You have to look at the Disney Epcot Center in Orlando. I think they are rebuilding our crater there too. But I saw something else. I saw they were recreating our brain. And it was going very far because take a look at this. A racetrack. Same in Searlestrona. And what about this strange form? Same in the Searles Valley. Why put millions of dollars in things like that unless it has some use? So I started looking for some brain parts with a similar
Cochlea.
shape,
Yeah.
and that brought me
Cochlea.
to the
Hold
shape
on.
of the ear, the hearing center, and the balance center of the
Cold, 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 cold. He's talking that airship. We were talking that with Z not too long ago, right? For those of you who remember, let me talk to my people real quick. Yeah, for those of you who remember that, right? We chopped it up with Z. That was pretty dope with the cause of the cochlea. That was cool. There's a few things I wanted to actually show, with regarding to that. Let's have a look. 1 second. Oh, what's this? Right, if you guys are familiar with this one here, this was the crater that I found on Mars, Apollinaris, right? It was a saint from Syria, right? Apollinaris was a saint from Syria, right? But all this formation here, it kind of reminds me of a face to some degree. It kind of reminds me of a face, right? This bit here reminds me of the air. And you get the eye up here, nose and the mouth and all of that stuff. It looks like he had some type of bed. This little almost looks like a bed. All right. But keeping in mind what we was talking about, the cochlea, right? And how Wim just touched on the air as well, right? So I wanted to show a few things that I've came across. Right, I came across this crater the other day. That reminds me of an air. Right? See that? Got that air look to it, right? That's what they're saying is on Mars, and they're saying it's on Mars. Look, it's just on Mars, right? So just know when you're with London, right, you're on the right track to some degree, right? We're not just out here just making these false claims. We're doing real research. We're analyzing. We're going through things, and then you got professional folks that are saying what London's saying it looks like, right? So whether people want to say it's pareidolia or whatever. Apollinaris, right? That's the man right there. Don McRon with a big bomb right there. He said Europa. Ooh, Europa, Europa. Yeah, I see where you're going with that. I see where you're going with that. 420 if you got that.
inner ear. This form is the recreation of the human head. But from this point, it even got weirder, because let's zoom in on the brain. And there you see that our brain is in contact with another brain. Look at this strange head here. Follow the arrow.
Hold on, FE Nation. We know that narrative. Mars is just a luminary light in the sky. I've been told that as well. But I think you may have missed a few class sessions, right? We come to the understanding that Mars is a location on this Earth with us, right? Mars is a location on this Earth with us, right? And our research is taking us to the Middle East. Some people may argue that and say it's over in, I think, Canada, right? Some people may argue and say it's over in Canada, right? It could be to some degree. There could be different locations with Mars. But through our research over here, Mars seems to be a place on this realm with us. And I can confirm that, right? Just hold tight. I'm not going to confirm it today, obviously, but I've got receipts to back that up. I've got receipts to back that up, right? And not only that, another little information that I found, that Mars seems to be over in Australia. Now make that make sense. How can Mars have two locations? How can Mars have two locations? My first information brought me to the Middle East, and even the Mars maps are showing that itself. The Mars maps are shooting themselves in the foot. They're showing you locations of the Middle East on Mars, right? They're showing you locations of the Middle East on Mars. Don't let that go over your head, right? But not only that, they're giving me information about Mars. When I'm typing it in, it's bringing me straight to Australia. It's bringing me straight to Australia. Right, so I don't know if they're saying all the red locations could be Mars. I don't know. Could that be? Hold on. Okay, hold on. I just thought of something. If that's the case, right? If they're saying these places have more than one location, right? Could that be the reason why they say it's spinning? Because they're showing us different locations. So when they're showing us the Australia, they're trying to say Mars is span over to that way. When they're showing us the Africa side, they're saying Mars is now over that side, right? Because it's still a red planet. Australia is predominantly red. Middle East is predominantly red to some degree, charred up. So I don't know. It's very interesting. But they gave me two locations for Mars, right? Down under, aka Australia, and then the Middle East in Mars. Middle East in Africa. Let's keep going.
Arrow? What is that?
Evening, Brother B.
Zoom in a bit. What have we got here? A pyramid shape. Interesting. And what is it? It is the Dolphin Resort. Dolphin Resort? Okay, let's follow this path. Let's take the skull of a dolphin. What do we see? They are showing us the brain of a dolphin parasiting on a human brain. Is it that what I want to say here? First thing that is shooting through my mind is this one. Or are we talking fish god here? The Dagon. I remember watching in the 70s as a child.
Hold on. Because he's talking about fish gods and all that shit now, right? I wasn't even gonna do this, but since we're here, right, let's rock out real quick. Let's rock out Project Red Rock. Okay, that sounds interesting. 1 second, let me have a quick look. Wait there. Project Red Rock. Let's have a look. Okay. So it's about, hold on, was seeking a way to add hydraulical electronic power to the existing US Army Corps of Engineers Red Rock Dam on the, okay. That flood control. Wow, flood control. Hold on. Flood control. Could that be something to do with the waters, you know, controlling the waters on Mars apparently and Africa, right? They're controlling the waters on Africa. Apparently there's no more waters running through the middle of Africa. I wonder why. Just like Mars, right? There's no more waters running through Mars apparently. Right? Even Australia is as much as it's the very diverse over there, it's still, you know, lacking water to some degree. It's still lacking water. So that's interesting. We're gonna have to get into that pretty soon. What's going on, Flo? What's going on, Flo? How we doing? Angeline in the building. Salutes. Big up, everyone. Big up. Hold on a second. It's about time I give Mr. Flow State his wrench. Mr. Flow State his wrench. It's a family show after all. Where's the lovely Angeline as well? I know she's a good gal. She's a good gal. She's a good gal. She gets a wrench too. Only good folks get this wrench over here. Until you prove me wrong, right? Until you prove me wrong. But I highly doubt Flo and Angeline's gonna prove me wrong. The only thing Flo's probably gonna do is zap some white folks. I don't mind that. You can zap away, Flo. You can zap away. But where was we? Shit, what was I just gonna show? It was something to do with the, oh yes. Let's go to lens real quick. Bear with me a second. See if we can find this. All right, cool. They was mentioning the fish gods and all of these things, right? Dogon, fish gods. And if you remember in, I think it may have been the Holy AI book, part 7 maybe, where they was talking about those ancient people paying homage to a giant fish, serpent and a bird, right? But the giant fish, that's what they used to say, right? Celestial fish, celestial bird, and all of these things, right? So I came across this the other day, right? Let's have a quick look. Where's it gone? Set. This picture here, you see it? Oops. This one to your right. For some reason, right? It was screaming fish to me. It looks like a bloody fish. But look in the middle, it says dome, right? It says dome in the middle. Why would that be saying dome? Why would that be saying dome? That's wild, right? And there was something else that I came across. Where was it? Hold on a second. One second, let's go over here. Oh, hold on. First of all, excuse me. Where's my manners? I gotta do the song and dance real quick. Excuse me. Ah, there you go. Much better. All right. Let's go with that. Just waiting for it to load up. Give me a second. CC in the building. What's going on, CC? How we doing? How we doing? Much love, CC. What's Alki saying? Hit that link then, Alki. Bring that through. Hit that link, man. You can't tell me that and just sit down there now, bro. You have to hit that link. Have to hit that link. Let's look for this real quick. Oh, where's it gone? So, oh, come on. Where's it gone now, man? Don't play with me. Jesus Christ. Let's have a look here. All right, cool. We're here now, right? Got it. Now, I want you to take a look at this quick, right? Now, remember, we just put in the fish eye thing, right? Now, when you click onto it, right? Look, it gives you what it really is. They're showing you it's an eye, right? Look, eye in plain sight. Look, you can all see the nerves, the veins. Let's take a look. Oh, look, you gotta pay for this shit. They won't give it to you free, right? They won't give it to you free. You gotta pay for this shit. Look, they won't give you no images. Just they give you a little description, or a big description, introduction. right? Coronary artery, see? Coronary artery, right? See? Plain sight, they're showing you coronary artery, right? Look, let's have a look. See? Color of atlas of cardiovascular disease. Interesting. So it's something to do with the body, right? It's something to do with the body. How could this be a crater out on Mars, right? With a dome, referencing dome, as you see it there. And there was something else that I came across, but can't even find it at this moment, right? But basically, when I spelled something backwards, it came up with bass, like a sea bass, a fish, right? Bass, that's what it gave me, bass. Sea bass. Let's have a look here. Coronary, look. Look, this one on the side here. This almost looks like a, how would you call it? The red spots on Venus and Jupiter and all that stuff, right? Vortex, the great attractor or something like that. That looked like the great attractor. Look at that. Can't make this shit up. Can't make that shit up. Crazy. Present, Mr. Osborne. Ozzy Osborne in the building. Hey, leave them bats alone. You leave them bats alone, Mr. Ozzy Osborne. Okay? You leave them bats alone. Where was we? Hold on. Where was we? I'll leave that one for another time. Let's go back to where we was. Damn, I'm lost. Where was I? Okay. What? Hold on a sec. Damn, I'm lost now. What was I just? No. That was on the body. Oh my gosh, where's it fucking gone? Is this it here? Alright, yes. Phew. Got it.
It was my intent lately to focus on the Hermetic corpus and alchemy. I've just gotten tired of talking about psychedelic drugs and always saying the same things over and over again. Nevertheless, it's a challenge to go outside my own bailiwick. I mean, I've had an interest in Hermeticism and alchemy since I was about 14 and read Jung's psychology and studies on alchemy, and it opened for me the fact of the existence of this vast literature, a literature that is very little read or understood in the modern context. The Jungians have made much of it, but to their own purposes, and perhaps not always with complete fidelity to the intent of the tradition. We'll talk a lot about the Jungian approach, but there are other approaches even within the 20th century. I believe, since I don't have the catalog, I'm not absolutely certain, but I believe the catalog urged you to read Giordano Bruno and the Hermetic Tradition by Dame Frances Yates. And this is, though Frances Yates's scholarship is very controversial, I think that to get an overview of the landscape, her book is probably the best single book between covers. It's not pleasing to some factions, and we can talk about that. I mean, we will probably discover within the group all strains of alchemical illusions and delusions that have always driven this particular engine, but I thought to get one book that sort of covered the territory, that was a good one to start with. Well, then I found out that it's very hard to get this book, and I didn't realize that because it's been sitting on my shelf for years. Richard Byrd found a reprint at the Bodhi Tree. I wasn't aware of this particular edition, so, though probably none of you brought it with you in heavily underlined form, if after this weekend you want to try and get it, it is available. And if you can't get that edition, why? A good book service can probably come up with the first edition, which is Routledge Kagan Paul. I wouldn't hold a weekend like this simply to go over a body of ancient literature if I didn't think it had some efficacy or import for the modern dilemma, and some of you may know the song by the Grateful Dead in which the refrain is, "I need a miracle every day." I think any reasonable person can conclude that the redemption of the world, if it's to be achieved, can only be achieved through magic. It's too late for science. It's too late for hortatory politics. Well, it's very interesting that every ancient literature has its apocalypses, and in the Hermetic literature, there is a prophecy. I think it's in Book 2, but that really doesn't matter. And the prophecy is that a day will come when men no longer care for the earth, and at that day the gods will depart, and everything will be thrown into primal chaos. And this prophecy was very strongly in the minds of the strains of non-Christian thought that evolved at the close, at the centuries of closure of the Roman Empire. When you look back into historical time, it's when you reach the 1st and 2nd centuries after Christ that you reach a world whose psychology was very much.
Hold on, I just seen RT's message. RT, salute you in the building. Big up, RT. Let me have a quick look and see what's going on over there. He said our friend Zach, Jesse is live with Zach. You know, the gematria guy. Let's have a quick look.
And the other big 78 piece is Kennedy. The name Kennedy equals 78. And, you know, you have a Kennedy in the race right now. You have RFK Jr., and we'll talk about his entrance into the race. Now, it paid tribute to his dead uncle and also his dead father. But the name Kennedy equals 78. And if you go back to 2016, 3 days before Trump won the election, November 5th, which will be the day of the election this year, Trump supposedly survived an assassination in Nevada. And, you know, earlier that year when he was running for office, there was the Trump tombstone story, the mystery of who put a tombstone of Trump in Central Park, that he had died. And they put on the tombstone, "Made America Hate Again." That was a big story at the time. So they're laying down all these little narratives. And you know, you can tell that they know that Donald Trump is a very polarizing person. He's a love him or hate him person. There's a gentleman that I met a couple years back, and his name is Adam Francisco, and he pretends to be a big Trumper, and he's out there in Florida, and he's just trying to get people's reactions by waving around his Trump flag every day. You can check out his channel on YouTube, Adam Francisco. But he just he loves getting off on how much people love him for it and how much people hate him. He's getting off on all the energy. And I tried to talk to him a couple years ago about how rigged the system is, and the thing that's sad about this is not to call him out. Well, I am going to call him out because it's wrong what he's doing. He's not even really a Trump person. He's just doing it because he knows it brings in revenue and people donate to him, and he likes the show. I mean, there's a lot of people like this that are frauds in the world that just do something because it makes them money and gives them a good time. But yeah, he's getting off on the divisiveness of a Donald Trump. And anyway, Donald Trump and the 78 thing. Let's come back to the other piece, and then we'll talk about, we'll come back to the Kennedys and when RFK got in the race. But the word Jesuit equates to 78. And Donald Trump is Jesuit educated, as is Joe Biden. And a lot of big 78 rituals with the Jesuits throughout history. By the way, with regards to there being 78 tarot cards in the deck, we know the Catholic Church has hoarded knowledge and information, and they keep a lot of it archived away in their sealed bunker. But if you look into tarot cards, the oldest remaining tarot deck in the world, tarot certainly didn't start in Italy, but the oldest known tarot deck in the world goes back to Italy. And again, it's because all roads lead to Rome. But Donald Trump with the Jesuit education, it's also why the 78 matters. And, one of those Jesuit Masonic mottos is order out of chaos, which is another 78. So anyhow, again, we're getting to the significance of why Trump turning 78 really matters this year. Let's not forget that when he became president the first time around, the big hit show on Netflix was House of Cards, fitting in with the whole Trump tarot cards ritual. But yeah, this election will be the 60th U.S. presidential election. And the elections that happened in 1860 and 1960 were fateful elections. Lincoln was assassinated after being elected in 1860. And of course, he blamed the Civil War on the U.S. Civil War on the Jesuit order. For people who are not aware of that, look into what Lincoln said about the Jesuits being the source of the U.S. Civil War. He said he wasn't aware when the war began, but he learned as it went on who was really pulling the strings and that it was Rome. And it goes with how certain founders were very much worried about what would happen if the Jesuits came out of suppression when this country was being founded. This country, the United States, was founded in the time of the Jesuit suppression. And I'll bring up the point about where a familiar pattern fits in with the Jesuit suppression ending in the time of James Madison and the day it did end. But again, the 1860 election ended up eventually with the assassination of Lincoln. The 1960 election of JFK ended up with his assassination. So now we have the 60th presidential election in U.S. history. And the thing about the Jesuits is they began with 60 original members, and the word order itself equals 60. And recently, we had the first ever Jesuit Ignatian year. It began on May 20th, which is the 500th anniversary. When it started, it was the 500th anniversary of the Jesuit founder, Ignatius of Loyola, being shot with a cannonball. And there's always big jokes on May 20th with the history of Ignatius of Loyola being shot with a cannonball. Case in point, Donald Trump will be in court this year on May 20th with Judge Eileen Cannon. And anyhow, the Jesuit Ignatian year ran from May 20th, 2021 to July 31st, 2022. So it ran more than a typical calendar year. It ended on the day in history that Ignatius of Loyola died, the anniversary of his death. And the way they capped off that year was with the death of Bill Russell, who was Jesuit educated basketball star at the University of San Francisco, who played for the Boston Celtics. And of course, he died right after the San Francisco basketball team beat the Boston Celtics in the NBA Finals. And for people who aren't aware, Joe Biden's Secret Service name is Celtic, and he announced he was running for president 17 days after John Havlicek, number 17 of the Celtics, died. Again, I don't want to get caught up in this, but again, this is how you can see that everything's scripted together, from the rigged NBA to the rigged elections, and you can see that the same cabal is controlling it all, because stuff like this is happening all the time if you pay attention, as we've been demonstrating and calling things out before they happen for a decade. But okay, The 60th U.S. presidential election, the history of 60 and the Jesuits beginning with a 60-member order. Exactly 60 weeks into the Jesuit Ignatian year was July 14th, 2022, and 3 stories happened that day in this order. The first story that day was Donald Trump said he will be running for the next election, which was the 60th. The second story that came out that day was a 72-page report by conservatives against Trump based on 60 legal cases became the big news story. So that was the second story that day, but again, based on 60 legal cases, exactly 60 weeks into the Jesuit Ignatian year. And then the third story that day was Donald Trump's ex-wife fell down the stairs and died. And that was 45 years after they got married. 45 years after they got married, like he was number 45. And let's not forget, they called him as the 45th president-elect in the early hours of November 9th, which was the anniversary of the fall of the Berlin Wall. And Berlin Wall equals 45. We're talking about how it's based on the alphabetic order forwards and backwards. The word ritual equals 27 forwards, 45 in reverse. Donald Trump, who ran on building a wall, called the president-elect on the 27th anniversary of the fall of the Berlin Wall, which equals 45. And not to mention he ran on MAGA, like Ronald Reagan, who told Gorbachev to tear down that same wall, right? So just kind of like, just a big historical joke. And here's an even bigger joke for people who don't know. The highest degree of the Church of Satan is the 5th degree, and it's called MAGA, M-A-G-A. And for people who don't know, the Church of Satan, the highest tenet of Satanism is to worship yourself.
Wow.
Egotism. So just think about that in light of Donald Trump, Mr. Mega, Mr. Ego. And think about that in light of this nation. And now also think about that in light of the Republican Party. And don't think I'm siding with the Democrats, but the reason I say the Republican Party is because in 2000, just before Bush became president, the second Bush, the Republicans changed the stars on their elephant logo. Before it was an upward pointing star, 5-pointed star. They changed it in 2000 to a downwards pointing 5-pointed star. And a downwards pointing 5-pointed star is associated with the Church of Satan. That's, a downwards pointing pentagram is a satanic symbol. So, I mean, you just think about the symbolism right in front of everybody's face, and they know, most people don't have any of this in their consciousness, so they don't see it. It's right in front of their face, but they don't know what they're looking at. And okay, so again, coming back to this 60 thing with Donald Trump, his ex-wife falling down the stairs and dying on the day of all of these election-related things before the 60th upcoming election. Donald Trump in gematria equals 60, okay? So there's big, huge climax, all of these things going on right now. Here, let me tell you the importance of forwards and backwards. Okay, President Trump and President Biden, when you run it forwards, both President Trump and President Biden equals 72. Keep in mind, Jesuit order also equates to 72, and we got the first Jesuit Pope, Pope Francis, on the 72nd day of the year, March 13th, 2013. The Jesuits are a sun cult. The sun moves 1 degree on the astrological wheel every 72 years. 72 demons in the Goetia, 72 names of God in Kabbalah. The number has significance, 72. So this year, 2024, on the 72nd day of the year, again, we saw this coming from a mile away, both President Biden and President Trump secure the nominations for their respective parties. They become the official nominees. President Biden, President Trump, both 72. That's when you run the alphabetic order forwards. When you run the alphabetic order in reverse, both President Biden and President Trump equate to 81. 81. Joe Biden supposedly got 81 million votes. He's from Scranton, Pennsylvania, off Interstate 81. He's 81 years old right now. Today, the day we're doing this interview, today's date numerology, one of the paths is 72. You get that by adding March 3 plus the 25th of the month, 25, plus the year 2024 as 3 plus 25 plus 20 plus 24, which is 72. And
this is beyond me. 20 plus 20 gematria plus 0 the calendar plus 0 triple that plus this plus that's beyond me. Whew, that's too much for me. I'm not even there yet. I'm not even there yet. That's too much for me. Big shout out to Jesse though. Big shout out to Bomba Clark. Yo, is that in the building? Is that in the building? Mr. Station 33. Salutes. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What's going on? Hit that link, Station 33. Hit that link. Hit that link. Mr. 33. That's what I'm talking about. That's the spicy meatball. Hey, I'm not even into the gematria, to be honest. I've never gotten into it. I've never gotten into it. That's a bit like the gematria and the damn, it slipped my mind. What's it called? Mandela effect. Wow. That slipped my mind. That slipped my mind, boy. The Mandela effect and the gematria. I've never gotten into it. No one's really driven it home for me when it comes to those things. Wild. Wild. I wonder if there's anybody that can, you know, bust my reality wide open when it comes to those type of things. I don't know. I don't know. Sure, go ahead. Make a coffee. Make a coffee. Take your time. Come and join me. The link's there. No one else has joined, so you're more than welcome to join me. Hit that link, man. And look at that. Brother Talcott in the building. And Brother Talcott. Hit that link, Brother Talcott. Heads up, we've got Station 33 joining us as well. You know, I've always got to put that disclaimer out there for anybody who's unaware. If they just walked in, we have Station 33 in the building. There you go. Hey, ma. Mr. Talcott, greetings.
Blessings to you, brother. How you doing? Much love.
Much love, much love. I'm doing well. I'm doing well, man. Just chilling with my people.
I freaking love the energy you share, man. I love your people. You've got a great community, and I don't make it over here often enough, I think. But
well, when you do, it's a pleasure to have you, man.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I honor you. I popped into the Jesse and Zach. I met Zach. I met Zach Hubbard. He and I went to the Jesuit college here in Spokane and tried to educate some of the youth during the beginning stages of COVID. Excuse the sorry.
No, you're good. You're good.
Yeah. Anyway, Zach's a cool dude. I like him. He's got a good heart. But the number thing, I just tuned into you. I followed. Yeah, man.
Yo, I love it.
Anyway, yeah, the gematria. I've learned enough about gematria to believe that there's value in there. But what I was trying to get across to Zach is, all right, so they know some things, and we're finding out what they're doing. Well, let's just take over, and then when we're in charge, the numbers will show what we're doing.
Exactly. I mean, you make a good point. You know, I've never heard or seen one of these number folks come out and use it for other benefit. It's always like some after an event's happened, right? After an event that happened, or something that's going to be like 40 years from now or something, or a few years, but who knows?
It's, there's a lot of mystery to it, and let's face it, human beings, we are a totally confused species, man. No one knows, and yet everyone's running around like they know everything. It's like fucking clowns. No one in particular, but that's actually my inspiration for later today, man. I'm in a good day. I am filled with love and just just faith in love, faith in God, man.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
Hey, that your what's his name? Friend OT. Yeah, he's different, but he's cool.
OT is a hoot, man. I love that guy too. He's entertaining, but you know, he and I haven't had a, you know what? This brings it back. Praise God, man. Everything's working out perfectly somehow. I don't know how it's all going to work, but it is. OT's another man, I feel like us, very inspired, filled with light, that God's moving. We're being prepared for something greater in the future. Just don't know exactly what yet. But yeah, OT's a character. I met him on Facebook, I think through Jesse Howell and the Missing Link.
Okay, nice. Hey, I wanted to quickly touch on something you just said, right? Something's gonna happen for us in the future, right? I believe so, right? But in the sense where it might be too much to handle, in a sense where I think we're on the micro side of things, right? And something macro is gonna happen. I feel like something macro is gonna happen.
I agree. I believe that, well, people's minds are about to be blown. Many people's minds are about to be blown. Well, people's minds are about to be blown. Many.
What's going on, T?
What's up? You can still call me Illumatami. I did a little bit of rebranding so that I can do anything, but hold on.
Bear Echo, I heard Bear Echo. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I got it. The channel now is Station 33, but you guys know who it is. You guys know what's up.
Of course. There you go.
Now I can, like, the way everybody wants to do another channel for this and then make a channel for that. No, I'm just a station now. Just a station. I can do whatever the station does.
Yeah, now you understand. See, he understands. Jack, he understands. Jack, this is the same thing I was saying to you, Jack. A rebrand. And Tommy's got it. He salutes to that. He understands.
And then in the start, I can see who's paying attention. Like how many people will keep calling me Station 33 or just know that, oh, that's Tom. That's the limit Tom. Because some of them I'm disappointed in. They call themselves Illumacorp investors. And in the annual meeting, I pointed out the acquisition of the local 33 station and all that jazz. They don't want to lure. They don't want to lure it up. Jack, I wanted you to feel like, I didn't want you to feel like the only hairless person up here. That's why I cammed up for you.
Thanks, man. Tom,
You look like Cookie. You look like Cookie from the Bozo Show.
This guy.
I know. Tom he's fucking amazing. I am a fan of yours, Tom.
I know. It was, did you see that travesty yesterday? I don't know what's going on with Mitchell. I hope he's okay. As much as I'd like Mitchell to come here and fight me, I hope he's actually okay. Mitch, Pantene hair girl, lives in his car with the dog. Like we have our own lore where I don't want to put him in the hospital. I just want to hit him in the face for stuff he said. But yesterday, Flow State was watching his video. That dude's trying to get a cop to delete him, I think. Like he had a cop in this camera in this cop's face telling him, let me find where your family and your kids hang out, guys. And this is why Paul's a travesty now. I dropped enough shit with Paul. Like, I just got to go to Paul for a minute to see what's going on. And he looped back to his same Paul shit. He doesn't even care that someone's out there about to get arrested on rights and freedoms, trying to get police deleted. I don't know what's going on with Mitchell, guys. I don't know.
It might be something subconscious that he's not aware of, and it could be self-sabotage of some
Jack,
way?
it probably is. It probably is still a long game extension of that night I was on TML when we were once again like, Mitch, come to my fucking house and let's settle this. And even that night, I was trying to show you guys, this dude's hurting. Like, I've lived in a car before, it gets to you. And I was like, something's getting to this dude. And you tried to make it like I was the problem, Jack. But now I think this is still that unraveling. I think it's still that, because he went back to Machine Lies, talking shit on him and stuff. He's losing his shit, man. I don't know what to say.
Here's what Tom...
Rebuttal Bar.
Yes, sir. Cheers. Cheers.
I think there's a lot of people learning about themselves through each other. Mitch is dealing with something. I don't think it's his living situation, though, to be honest. He seems pretty confident and pretty comfortable in many different ways, but there is something about him that he's in denial about or something.
Well, why don't you catch up on the notes? Because he was constantly parking at this, I guess it's a grocery store that has some veterinarian clinic thing. And at first I'm thinking, okay, he's got a dog parking at the vet place. But no, I guess one of the people at this vet place had parked beside him every day and eventually door dinged him. And that probably escalated into this cop thing. But I don't know, man. I was trying to get to the bottom of it. And Paul just wanted to cry about Paul and say, I don't want to watch a Flow State video with Flow State and his voice and his laugh. I'm like, well, Mitch took the video down. Mitch took the video down. Where else are you going to see it? Like, I don't want to be on your channel, Paul, but for this Mitch thing, I'm tolerating you, you know? All down there, fucking narc, man.
Tom, the things you do for this community, I don't think you get the credit you deserve.
The saying, the truth community and the saying of truth and stuff. Yeah, I try.
Cheers.
And I got my own problems, man. Like, I got my own tier of stuff. I'm like, I'm not stupid enough to say I got that going on fucking YouTube, but I know I got to deal with shit, you know? Like, sometimes I will take a couple days off. Sometimes I just sleep longer, like today, you know? But what you guys were saying, I agree. I think there's a big macro coming. I think there's a big macro, the likes of which will change the social and economic form of the surface of this planet. It's what I've been looping when we're not talking about each other, you know?
Yeah, tell him. There you go. Big facts. It's gonna happen. Apparently, it happened before, right? Apparently.
It happens we're up for the next big collapse of the super thing. Like Greece was one of those times. But this is a weird time. It seems like where this is the time that the changing of the guard because of this digital era, they're going to maintain. They're like, oh, here's the collapse and we have to deal with that, but we'll out of the collapse into still being the guy. Like, we went through that 100-year cycle and this time we came out same powers that shouldn't be. Gotcha. But that's the changing of the guard. You see the King C name guy, soon as he got crowned, and mind you, this is how we're gonna get into the side of Gematria YouTube I'm on that I'm like, it blows my fucking mind. Like, Zach does have a way of like, Zach takes you through this rudimentary school class thing where it's like reading the ingredients and the protein amount, like, yes, numbers. But there's some channels I've referenced and used that they're like shorter form, and the stuff that's where I was getting some of the stuff when I came and did the Trump thing. Was it this channel or your other channel? I did the Trump thing that one time. That they had showed me that direction. Like, I put multiple people's work together, like my crypto thing where I put Egyptian like Crow 777 had Egyptian family up to this family for the economics and the banking bloodline. And when I was talking to Rose, she mentioned that family ended on. She's like, yeah, it's still them. I was like, no, my shit starts from that family to now. So between Crow and me, it's that whole Egyptian to now thing.
Did you get that? Did you guys connect?
It's the founders of Ripple. We were having this conversation. I'm saying we got from their Egyptian bloodline up to founders of Ripple /XRP banking bloodliners. It was only changed hands like once or twice. It's only 3 families in Egypt up to here, and they would like just buy off each other, assist each other, and now there it is. What do you do? Nothing. Probably prophesized. But the gematria stuff, I don't think it's for us. I think it's, you can see it. Ain't nothing in my God's instruction book about using anything but him. So it's probably their system, and it is based off of Kabbalah, which is the roses.
Okay.
Not roses in a small hat, but her peoples, you know.
But check this out though, Tommy, right? Check this out, right? Because look, hold on, let me move this. Alright, put that there.
Doing it on a mirror. Use a mirror, it's easier. Razor blade.
Now, this, right?
You mean like the YouTube editing time for it to pop up on my bigger picture.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Take your time.
I'm there.
All right. Now, this is a depiction of our realm, right? But
planet, yeah.
Yeah. Check the name out, right? The Orbis, right? Now, when you're talking about global stuff, right?
And an orb.
Right? Now.
It orbits.
No, I want to show you something else, right?
It orbits through
Right.
space.
Hold on a second.
Watching the chat, like I know Dawn's triggered, I know RT's triggered, but it's true. All right, I read the picture. I was talking over you. The picture, right?
Now, when I done the etymology of that, right? That orb shit, right? It brought me to this over here, right? It was like Orbian, right? You see, like the symbol it's showing us, right? It's giving me all of these things, right? But the thing about these people, they're like a global financing place.
Yeah, find out how close they are. Is that symbol whenever they do a WEF event and you see all the sponsor logos and shit? That one's probably one of them.
Yeah, but you see, but this goes back to what I was talking about with the eye, the globe, right, and the lens itself. This looks like the lens and the globe in one. This is the eye, this is the globe and the lens, right? This is their logo basically, right? And they're global financing people. Look, global finance, right? This is them. Global
They're probably
finance.
a partner with XRP by now.
Right, but they're based in the Middle East, my bro. They're look, Orbia. This is another one of them. Orbia, advancing together, life together, right?
Hey, pause. Go back to that screen with all the different logos. This is what makes me sick when I'm playing with this stuff. Back where it showed all the different. Yeah, right about there. We have it. Any of you can take your little stupid word and go to a website, and it'll just start putting it through that, like all these different fonts, and it kind of breaks you of the marketing thing if you over saturate yourself with that. Like Jack could pick one of those and make it live without fear symbol, and then I could go put a Lumacorp on it, and it both look the same except with the names, and you're like, yeah, fuck marketing, fuck advertising. Almost breaks the spell on you. But I'm glad you didn't go. If you were headed back to the original picture, I'm just really glad because it looks like a basket, a hand basket. And I was going, please don't use this as crater. Please don't take that basket and tell me it's a crater. And you didn't. So thank you. I'm like, no, London man, don't use the basket-like picture to tell me crater. No!
Come on, I'm too advanced, bro. Hey, it's bigger than crater. That is all I gotta say. But I use crater as a reference, but it's bigger than crater. Right.
I think you understand its globe because, like you said, whenever you were going with this eyeball thing, and you were the one that reminded me, oh wait, there's technically corners on a orb because of the 4 corners of the earth, and you pointed it out on the eyeball thingies. Like we can have corners on a globe, and water can be on that globe with corners.
That's it. But they ain't hearing that part, Tommy. They ain't hearing my research.
Yeah, but take it where you're going. I'm just ranting. But orbis. Orbis is another word, like orb and orbiting. And the chewing gum orbital.
Yeah.
Or is it orbits?
And there's a bird. What's that bird that was called the bis? Something bis. Is it
I know what
ibis?
you're talking about.
There's an Egyptian bird. Ibis.
I know what you're. Yeah, something like that. But what is this? This de orbis thing? What language is that?
Let's find out. 1 second.
It might be that is that Latin? Privilegio invic. Yeah, it looked like it might be Latin. But see, it could be like Jack Talcott, that GF greenish circle that could just be like a JT with all his trademark and stuff. Feels
Well,
really
this is what it's
classic.
telling us. There we go. This is what it's telling us, right? Let's have a listen.
Of the ORBIANS. SITV and description ad re. Werndif. D. Archaeopithecus.
Okay, so that's an English-speaking algorithm trying to sound out Greek or Latin as the English language. Yeah, because it'll spell out anything it doesn't know how to say, and it'll just pronounce the English-sounding ones. I mean, just the audio thing, reading it off, it cracks me up. It's the same thing my software has.
Now, the craziest thing, right? I've already went through this, right? Now, keeping in mind what I've been talking about with the eye, the globe, the eye, and even in one of my holy AI books, right? Eye actually means egg, and egg means eye, right? They come from the same background, right? Egg and eye is synonymous, right? Now, this one down here, tamago, that actually means egg. That means egg. I had no idea when I went and looked it up, because I went through some of these words, and even this one down here, the Amari, that's the dragon. Maru, that is the dragon, and this is the egg. This means egg. Like, it's just wild, the stuff that I was coming up with on this. Oh yeah,
Okay. No, I got you. I had to realize that, like, I was watching your mouse when you're going over the words, and I forgot, like, I'm watching 5 seconds behind. But
yeah, so
like, no, I still caught up. I still caught up with the words. I hear you.
So, and even look, this MR one, right? That's to do with magnetism and resonance, right? And the realm that we're living in is magnetized.
Yeah, and I don't know why they just came out with another article about it. They've known part of that molten hot thing in the center, it's a ball of metal, like, that's spinning against the direction the Earth is spinning. And you wonder about, like, two electromagnetic poles that even the flatties acknowledge electromagnetism, which is a bipolar electrical energy thing. Like, when you create electricity, you're creating some form of electromagnetic field, even through power wires and shit.
You know what's wild about this as well? Look, this thing right here, Hector's mouth. You know what that is? When I went and looked at it, look, I showed my mouse is on it, right? It's right here. When I had a look at it, right, it's a disease or an infection that only apparently white people get. This is what they were saying.
Lucky.
It's
called Heckus mouth?
Yeah, it's something in the bottom mouth and the bottom lip.
Throw me up a Google of that word.
Hold on.
Throw us up some of that.
1 second.
Find some medical grade pictures of Heckus mouth where a doctor said, "Mother of Christ, we have to get pictures of this for the journal."
Hold on. Oh, we're on it.
You know, that's what you were looking at in school in health class when they showed you STD pictures. You were looking at That's what they were going to show kids to keep your thing on
Oh,
camera.
see, but now it's coming up with a black guy with it now. Before it wasn't. Okay, let's have a look.
AI is flipping it on you. Now it says only black people can get it.
No, it's showing a black and a white guy. But when I looked before, it was just only coming with white folk. And then it's on the old description when I looked, it said exclusive something to white people. No, it wasn't even saying white. It was saying Caucasian. It was using that word.
But what does it do to people?
Just an infection in the bottom lip.
Does it look like the herp or?
Hold on, I'm getting a picture. I'm getting a picture. Yeah.
And it's only the bottom lip?
Correct.
Is it like from biting your lip when you kick your daughter's chair?
You see it?
Oh, it just looks like, yeah. Look how it almost kind of, I don't know, that was my smaller picture. That just looks like
tongue
you
as well.
burn your, that looks like if you had some hot pizza cheese or something. Looks kind of herpy too. That one on the first small one looks like the dude was like chewing on his inner cheek.
Oh, stop it.
So what is it? It's just like, oh, it's a disease. I wonder if that like irritates them or if it just looks like that. It might burn or itch or something.
Yeah. That's wild.
Have you ever seen that meme of like looking at your hand and it's got like that beehive of little looks like
Yeah, I've
eggs
seen
laid
that.
in your hand?
That looks disgusting.
Yeah.
That looks disgusting.
Yeah, I think Sam Hyde had a video where the thumbnail has those on like Joe Rogan's cheek. It's like freaky.
On whose cheek? Joe Rogan's cheek.
Yeah, like I think they just covered Joe Rogan's face with those.
Yeah. On the hand.
Oh, Jack dipped out. I wonder why he was so quiet.
Oh yes, I just realized Jack was gone. Yes.
Makes it weird. Makes it weird when you just leave some money on the dresser and dip out.
Yeah. He didn't leave enough. Come back. You didn't leave enough.
I don't know, man. It's weird times. Like I said, I think the community at large we know of, it's just going to shit. Especially on that SOV side of things. Everybody on that SOV side. Like I'll sit here and talk about freedom, but that SOV side of things.
Hold on. Are we coining that now? Is that the news? Is that the new one, the SOV side?
Yeah, because even they agree they're not SOV sits, right? And I agree too. I'm not no SOV sit. I agree with them. You can't be SOV sit. I'm saying that side of our community that would be labeled that. And that's what I told him last night on his show. I said, look, here's the honest to God truth. Here's some outside looking in. I know Paul knows his stuff. I know how I get out of court and shit. Brian is just a SOV sit. You guys don't realize you're friends with a SOV sit. If you put Brian out without the un-Slavic tribe, he's just one of those SOV sit guys that want to hand a card out a window and just recite a thing.
Hold on. No. Stop.
A lot of them are that.
Lying. You're not lying. I didn't even look at it like that. I didn't look at it like that. But you're actually not lying. You're not lying. Wow. Okay. Yeah. Okay, that's interesting when I look at it like that.
That's probably why Jack left. I wasn't gonna go on Jack, but that's probably why he left. And I was like, I'm gonna actually have my coffee and make an effort to steer everything around the fact we all know.
So I mean, what are your thoughts? What are your thoughts on what's his name, Mr. Brian No Brain's recent events of the surfing?
Oh, we all know the thing. Like he knows it. He knows this thing now too. He's too old to be. I tell him and JG, they're too old for that. I mean, it's still ultimately it's their page to write, but I can't. Like if Jack wants to have a discussion about his options or what he can do, there's a thing I can't pretend. I'm like, but I'm not going to pretend that like you haven't taken too long to not this, you know? And like some of these guys that are, I've done the car life, I've done the street thing. I'm not sure it's a good time in history to just be in that, because I think they're trying to get as many people to that over the next 5 years, like part of that macro thing. I think they're trying to get as many people to be a Brian, a Mitchell, or what might be Jack, what was me before. Like I
Okay.
look at it, like I came out of that stuff a little bit before I got off the street out of an RV and stuff just a couple months before COVID would really and the stay homes would start. And I don't like I see a lot of people still there, and I always see that thing like this building, one of these motherfuckers could just light their apartment on fire, and for whatever reason, even I'm unprepared in some kind of thing like that, you know. But financially, economically, dude, they're just everything's inflating, and I think they're going to try and push us on that UBI. Definitely before, most likely before 2025, but probably definitely before 2030. A lot of this stuff they wanted to be 2030, and they ramped it up faster, you know. But that's the macro thing I say is coming. If not some kind of black swan, like let's say the eclipse comes and that fault line like separates America and now the water from the ocean. You know, what if there is like a macro change on an Earth level, but definitely your man-made or man consequence economic thing is coming. We're already like in it. Like everybody, even if you're not hurting, you should be watching your numbers. Like, yeah, it's things are happening.
I
Money's been
believe so.
printed for
I believe so.
generations.
Because look, I mean, how the hell do we live in a house, right? Because look, you live in a house, I live in a house, and we know faults happen. Water stops running, gas turns off, the lights go out once in a while, right? And we're living in somewhat of a house, bro. So we're yet to experience those type of things on a macro scale. So
That's what I'm saying. One of their
Mm.
plans on a macro that they are working, like, you know how in all the big cities you have these commercial areas, they're like, well, nothing's happening. We were already on these commercial properties by loans from the government. Now it's all tumbling down. They want to take those commercial properties and pretty much let people live on a whole floor, and the whole floor will share one central bathroom and kitchen. Can you imagine trying to make this community that we're aware of, let's say we're all on a floor together, and could you imagine sharing a bathroom and a kitchen with this fucking community? Because it's probably going to be a lot like that. I don't know if people migrate to where they get along with a floor, or it's probably going to be a lot like Peach Trees, but not as lockdowny and policed, you know, like Peach Trees from Judge Dredd. Probably be like that, but not as as securable, and let's just like fuck it, let them work it out, you know.
Yeah.
That's how the homeless shelters are. That's why I know a lot of homeless people. I've met a lot of homeless people where I'm like, well, can you stay at the shelter? Like, I'm not gonna stay at the shelter. The dude that grabs on me every time, he's just feeling my dick every time I try and stay at the shelter. Leave me alone. Like, sexually assaults me every time I'm at the shelter. I'm not staying there. It's how it is. Like, there's your shelter. What do you want? 24/7 policing? No. Now imagine that as like floors of like a commercial thing that's refurbished for people to live in the mega cities, as I think we call them by then. I can't remember. It's been a while since I've jumped, and they haven't contacted me. I think I'm stuck in this shit time, or something's going horribly wrong in the future. Either something went wrong in the future. I don't know. We'll have to wait and get there.
Yeah, well, listen, I'm glad you said that, right? Because
Nephilim, am I right?
to some degree, right, I feel like this is where our problems stem from. The future and the ripple effect, it comes out to us.
Straight line, though. Like, straight line, but like, okay, here's time as just a straight line. There was a beginning and there's an end to it, right? But then there's these moments, these key moments that will happen, and once they happen, there's the before that and the after that. And so even though your time's moving forward, the possibilities are just funneling down to the one prophesized ultimate ending that everybody's wired to go to, or that will happen by some entity's will or power, omnipotence. So it's like, even if you could see time, you would just see, oh, I'm aware of this, I'm a seer, blah blah blah. But then you'd see like, oh, the possibilities. It can only be this if we're on this part of the line, you know. That's a free one. There's a gem. Flip that shit. No, that was the CIA thing. You know that dude from I don't know if you know many of Paul's cult, but one of the more acceptable ones is just a guy over there. It's that Watt Life. Me and him met up. We just bumped into each other on a live one of those anonymous videos, and it was hilarious because half of it was audacity. Like we were laughing and making memes about it because the audacity that they're showing this is, are they doing this on purpose? Are they trolling us? But the information was an alleged CIA guy talking that straight line and government can see different time outcomes, and how it is that funnel where they don't know these events or what this event is, but they see that the possibilities and timelines just narrow down to the same singular ending timeline for whatever the event that is. Macro, obviously. But then that was the thing where it made you think. When he was talking about the timelines, that made you think. The audacity thing we were all chatting about is it was one of those silhouette people talking videos, just where you can't make out what it is. It's just a black silhouette. And the whole time, everybody had to slowly notice, the whole time he's talking this, there's constantly a silhouette hand handing like an envelope, and he puts it in his jacket pocket, or he'll hand one to a silhouette. The whole time, I wish I could find it. It was fucking hilarious. I wish I would have thought of it first. It killed, man. But there was no joke to the dialogue. None of the dialogue was humorous or funny, but the whole time, I'll take that. What a cashier assumed, like whatever. It was hilarious, man. Hilarious. But there was us in the chat at first going, first it was like, are you seeing this? And like, is this on purpose? Is it not on purpose? Oh, it was a moment. It was a moment on YouTube Live.
It's a moment.
Mm-hmm. That's probably why we like I said, Watt Life's one of the normal guys over there. But if he was kind of trolly, probably give him a little elbow room just over that day. Like it was just an experience. It'll be like if shit gets like Book of Eli. It'll be like, oh, you were at that post-apocalyptic event. Yeah, I was there. I was the one that like just avoided when the thing burst into flames. You saw a guy bust out the window. That was me.
This
Are you doing? Did you do against what I warned you? I said if you're gonna do London Man and Rebuttal Bar, don't just make them both the same thing. Have you been doing them the same? Doing them the same? You're over here. We're at the Rebuttal Bar. You're showing me handbasket earths and stuff.
Yeah, handbasket.
Go crazy. But you saw the basket. I get your eye thing because that's how they there's medical diagram where it looks like that thing. So I get the eye and lens thing. I think the lens is the atmosphere. Like when I show people curve footage, usually I'm gonna do this video. Well, not a whole video, but you'll see an It's like London Man saying and I like bring up it's either Rebuttal Bar on your London Man channel. I go through your thumbnails and you have a thumbnail of the curve. And I like hold a straight line up to it, and as it's showing the curve, it'll be like,
Shit. Wild stuff. Hey, since I got you here, I might as well play you off your little segment where I feature you, bro. Let's go.
I gotta check my dog.
This is outrageous. I haven't done anything wrong.
I mean, I'm watching.
We want to help you, Mr. Valentine, with a home of your own.
And that was a fake, right?
We paid $35,000 for it. And employment with our company.
The woman you see about to be interrogated by the police goes by many names. In fact, she has used almost 24 different names over the span of 2 decades. It turns out that her real name is Kimberly Kessler.
Are you sleeping?
And yet, the hypocrisy that spews out of the mouth of some people is just insane. It's insane. And the ability for people to sit on panels of like nobodies and psychoanalyze me like there's something better than me is just disgusting. You know, it really is. It's disgusting. And I had enough disappointment in my life with the real life people that I chose to engage with. Like, this is just people on a screen. And I definitely don't need to repeat these patterns on a daily basis just for everyone's entertainment or my own. You see the weird comment of, I used to like her when I knew Bex when she was just looking for the truth. How did she get wrapped up in this stuff? You're like, what the fuck? You know? Seriously.
The detective seems to have Rebecca Broom under pressure. She seems to be cracking in every department. Let's send in Detective Harris McGee, see what he can find out.
We need to make sure that Harris McGee can function even if the filters are down. As you know, YouTube is cracking down currently on the use of artificial intelligence. We understand that. We don't need that kind of power in the hands of terrorists or LARP terrorists or YouTube terrorists. So we will comply with YouTube's current stance on reducing the amount of artificial intelligence used. I would keep an eye on the Talcott clip collections and the Gorilla Gems. They've just released a production that a fair amount of AI used in the production of that feature. So we'll keep an eye on them in the future days to see if their YouTube visibility is maintained and continuous. So let's see.
You know, if someone loses their mind because you suggest their children are sound bites, they probably are. Okay, so, you know, oh my God, I can't believe you accused his children of not existing. I can't believe you accused him and his, I can't believe you accused him of actually lying about having children. I saw them down on so-and-so's panel. Why is he showing his kids now, huh? Why does someone show their kids now? You know? Because someone accused them of not being real, right? So he's borrowed someone else's children to exploit. It's just fucked up, you know? It just so fucked up.
It's hard to read the chat with my aviators on. So tonight we're going to conduct some routine investigation. We're going to interrogate some panels.
And the funny thing is like, oh, Beck, she's such a liar and a bully. You know, it's like, it's just a beautiful, tragic comedy that is a perfect parody of my life, you know? So yeah, if this is what this is like with a bunch of strangers in the universe, right? I just go back and just live my life, you know? Which I already was avoiding long before this panel channel shit. Like, nothing here was made me not thrive in my life. I already wasn't thriving in my life. That's how I ended up here.
You want to be one with them for eternity? Why would you be? That's a bear yawn on everyone. That's called a bear yawn.
But I've had times, many, many times in my life where I would say, considering the way the world operates, that it is a level of, more like surviving than thriving, and we've learned to accept it. But that's like a world problem.
Love, love, love. All you need is love.
And the funny thing is like, oh, Beck, she's such a liar and a bully.
Love, love, love. All you need is love.
And the funny thing is like, oh, Beck, she's such a liar and a bully.
Love, love, love. All you need is love.
And the funny thing is like, oh, Beck, she's such a liar and a bully.
Love, love, love. All you need is love. She loves me, yeah, yeah, yeah. She loves me, yeah, yeah, yeah.
That's a whole world has that problem. That there's an opportunity for us to create a world where we all don't just consider survival and getting by as the best that we can do.
I love singing that. I rub at people's faces. I try to provoke people to really start thinking more, thinking deeper, and questioning what they've been spoon-fed their whole fucking life here. Whether it's in music, television, the news, government, school textbooks, whatever. You've been fed a bunch of shit. New age shit. Love, love, love. All you need is love.
And the funny thing is like, oh, Beck, she's such a liar and a bully.
Love, love, love. All you need is love.
You know, we understand that every single person on this planet deserves to thrive.
Fed all kinds of witchcraft. Been fed garbage, a bunch of garbage. Been fed a bunch of garbage. Forget about it. Fed a bunch of garbage.
And the funny thing is like, oh, Beck, she's such a liar and a bully. And the funny thing is like, oh, Beck, she's such a liar and a bully. And the funny thing is like, oh, Beck, she's such a liar and a bully.
She loves me, yeah, yeah, yeah. She loves me, yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, I need to hibernate until spring. This is the best place ever. Come on, everyone. I need to hibernate until spring.
And the funny thing is like, oh, Beck, she's such a liar and a bully.
Love, love, love. All you need is love. Love.
I could hear that whole thing. I'm gonna go back and watch it later, or watch the video to see the visuals, because I remember the Harris McGee part you used.
Yeah.
But, I don't know much about what's up. Like, I haven't dealt or seen a lot of everybody's sanity machine situation. But one of the things the only real lore I have on Sanity Machine that I'm gonna show you one day when I find it, is he just dominated CBO and CBO's own, like one of the top wreckings I've ever seen in the Panelverse. This is definitely for me Sanity Machine's epic top wrecking, but even out of my top ones that I've seen, it is up there where CBO like lured him, was already enemies, and got him to come to his house and just got wrecked in his own house for having like no awareness of all the stuff from Sanity's channel that he was gonna come at him. He's like, well, have you watched the video? He's like, can you tell me about it? And he's just wrecked CBO in his own house. You can even see it on CBO, where he holds his little microphone. And he gets some like, starts getting the heavy swallows and stuff, just physically dominated in his own house. Yeah, it was an awesome time. That was one of those historical times. Like, it doesn't matter what you think of Sanity Machines, because I'll trigger Sanity Machine if I talk about my like Christianity shit compared to his why would God let the babies die and all that stuff. Even on that, I'll take him on, but I give him like just in the rules of combat and language and logic of what's going on here, and, like, just decimates him, destroys him. It was awesome. I even clung on to it for a couple of days, like talking about how you got wrecked. You got wrecked.
He is an interesting character. He's very interesting.
Yeah. I can still like, but the thing I wanted you to look up, and it goes back to what I was talking about. That time, that thing with Harris McGee you were using, talking about the AI and the the terrorists, the AI and the terrorists. That recent King Charles and Kate, I want to say Kate Beckinsale because of the fucking the actress from the things. That thing of Kate saying she has the C word, she has a ring that just disappears eventually. Like it was an AI, like it was a deep fake. That's what we call that's what you call a deep fake there, son.
Deep
So
fake.
can you find that video? I've only seen people reference the video. You think you can find that video of your Prince lady saying she has
Prince
the thing?
lady?
The missing one. The one that married the guy. The Kate that married the guy with the hair, the blonde hair.
Kate Middleton.
Middleton, yes, sir. Middleton.
Yeah.
Can you find that video of her saying that she has the thing? Not, I guess it's not while she's sitting with Charles, but if there's a solo part, allegedly she's got this big ass ring on that if her hands are in view the whole time and you can't get a shot of her just maybe slipping it off, which like they say the ring just goes away and that's a sign of the deep fake.
Hold on.
But I gotta attend to my fucking animal, but I'll be able to hear you if you want to comment.
London that Bet was making when you were on panel. I'm confused still.
Like, don't try and find anything about deepfake. Just try and find the video where Middleton says she's come down with the cancers.
Cancer, did you say?
It's like they're sitting on a log or a bench that's got like some trees and grass behind it, but.
And what I put in Kate Middleton says what? What did she say exactly? Or what does she show?
That she has cancer. She was missing for a while, and then she just pops up saying she has cancer. But allegedly, that might be a deep fake. We're gonna look at the original to see if this ring disappears.
3 days ago. All right, let's have a look. Give me a sec. Alright, cool. Before we do that, I need to go to the toilet, right? So I need you to say hello to the people. Give me 2 secs. You hold it down for 2 minutes, please.
No, why don't you just play something? Play something that's.
Yeah, let me do that. One second.
We both need like 3 minutes. Just play something.
Yeah, exactly. Good thinking.
Play something off Station 33.
Put a link in the back.
you believe in. Believe in what you do. Do what you believe in. Believe in what you do.
So we'll do it, Nathan. You and I. Nathan, let me just talk to Nathan here. Nathan, I don't care what my audience says. You and I could, hold on, Nathan. This is when I start getting like this and I start feeling like, I don't know, like insecure and like a little bit like, I don't know, overexposed, you know, just kind of being out here in front of the metaverse, you know, being vulnerable. I need to sometimes check myself. And a lot of times when I do that, I realize that I need to just do a diary entry because I've been to therapy and stuff. And one of the big recommendations was to keep a diary, like a journal. And I'm a little confused because I'm feeling a little confused in my sexuality, you know, because I'm like really into Rob Cleveland. And then like I realized that like, I don't know, I enjoy singing show tunes with like older men in an effeminate way. And I'm like, oh shit, there's something about myself that I need to explore. So let me do it. Let me get out my journal. Just, if you guys don't mind, let me just take some time out of the show. I mean, hey, we do a 3-hour show every single weekday here. Let me journal a little bit, guys. So let me just get out my journal. Hold on. Where's my journal? Here it is. Dear Diary, I'm so glad that my audience can't hear me when I do these diary entries, and I'm so glad that I have you to speak to, Diary, and I can just open myself up and express all my inner thoughts and feelings and emotions.
Diary.
This morning I'm feeling like a little strange because, I don't know, part of me has like desires for all these lovely ladies in the metaverse, but it kind of seems like they don't even know I even exist. But then I look at Nathan and I'm like, Nathan knows I exist. Nathan gets me. Nathan and I resonate like on a deeply spiritual level. He and I both know the deceptions of this realm. We kind of see the trickster nature behind this entire reality. We're both fed up with it. And then I wonder, like, even though I would love, like, for Christy Lee dolls or Anna Perna to be my soulmate, I say, is Nathan my soulmate? Is an older, graying, potentially homosexual man my actual soulmate? And then what does that mean about me? Do I need to like change my whole persona here? Do I need to alter the way I live my life? Like, if I really am to embrace these deep inner feelings that I have, like, what does that really mean for my day to day? Like, do I need to get like a whole new wardrobe? Nathan, if I embrace my true thoughts for you, Nathan, this is like a whole change for me. Like, do I just need to buy like all pastel colored clothes? Do I need to embrace my spring? I always thought I was more of an autumn, but I'm wondering. Do I need to get like all new decor on my walls, like new artwork? What do I need to do, Nathan? Can you help me as I embark on this new journey, this new stage I'm entering in my life as I discover that I may potentially have like really deep, unresolved and unrequited feelings for older queens. I mean, and then I have to say, like,
I got him.
all
I
right,
got him. It was just an actual queen. You get it?
homosexual lifestyle.
Got
Like,
him.
why can't I be attracted to like younger, like hot guys? You know, like why am I like attracted to like an older guy who's like an ABBA fan? I don't know. everything that you see me going through this morning really stems back to my heartbreak regarding the loss of Rob Cleveland. See how it always happens? He's the real heartbreaker. It's Rob. Yeah. I'm so glad I have you, Diary. I could just really just open myself up. It's very freeing. It's unburdening my soul to embrace these desires, these thoughts. Fuck. I mean, I don't know. Like, would it be better if I was like more attracted to like I know I have my feelings for Rob Cleveland. Maybe that's what this is all about. Maybe I'm just still heartbroken over my unresolved relationship with Rob Cleveland that ended so abruptly. Basically ended before it even started. Rob Cleveland came into my life. He showed me attention. And then he just broke my heart. He left me. And he didn't leave me for just anybody. He left me for Paul Enslaved. Which hurts even more, Rob. Because I know I'll never be as masculine as Paul. He's so tough. Paul's got all the things that a wonderful, beautiful young man like yourself could ever want. He's popular. He's masculine. You know? He's got the charisma. And I have to sit here and be like, oh, God, Rob left me for Paul Enslaved. Fuck. How do you think that makes me feel, Rob? I have to pick up the pieces. And I have to move on with Nathan. And Nathan, I'm sure you were objectively handsome when you were young, but let's be honest, Nathan, I think you could agree with me. You're no Rob Cleveland. He's objectively gorgeous. He seems to be like glowing in some way. You'd think it's like a filter that he uses, but it's not. I think it's just him. I don't know. So as I pretend to be attracted to Annapurna and Christy Lee dolls, a lot of the people in here see right through me, and they realize that it's really all about Rob Cleveland. You know, I have to rebound with Nathan as we sing show tunes together each morning. I don't know. Okay. Thank you, Diary. You're always here for me. The end. Okay, guys. I'm back. Don't be jealous of me just because I can come in front of the metaverse and just really let it all hang out. I can just embrace all my feelings. Once.
It's good stuff. It sounds nice.
It is good, Dick.
Station identification. You know what the significance is to that? Are you back? Are you done your stuff? London man, are you back?
Wow, I was muted. Wow. Wow, I've been talking and everything. That's wild. I didn't realize. Okay.
I've shown to have no regard for anything you were saying or when you were saying it. Say, London man, are you back? Are you back yet?
Hey, now that was top stuff. That was top bins, as we say, top bins.
But that was episode 1. The significance of episode 1 is that's everybody's been like, was that AI? Like, did you add the piano music? Like, no, that was just Z doing his bits. And some people look mighty short on the lore when they ask that. Like, but for episode 1, yeah, Z's just saying his gay shit, and I put like some pictures to it. Now we're gonna get into people just say gay stuff and they need contextualized in the. Now it's gonna be like fake clippy in future ones. Add more gay people to the conversation. We'll see what we can do. Gays of Noah.
Yeah, that title sounds cold. The title sounds cold already. I like it.
Well, no, I was taking there's Daisy the video game. There's Days of Noah that is a bigger channel than any of us, and then there's like Jay-Z, and then I'll have to. I mean, there's already the episodes. I could have just made it Gay Z episodes, but how many Z names can we even find that I can add Gay and Z? Like there's Gay Z, Jay-Z, Days of Noah. I don't know if there's any after that. It's gonna stay gay. It's gonna stay gay.
What about? Can you do anything with Zelda?
Oh, well, we did yesterday.
What? What did you do?
Who's fucking? Oh, so we were on Machine Lies yesterday. He had like a marathon of some older stuff going, and a lot of people were watching. Like I was watching just to be like, oh, I forgot I came into this. Like, oh, look, there I am. I didn't even remember I was in this. And I would go to type what I wanted to say about the old stuff, and I would say something better. I'd be like, oh, I got me. But it was everybody like riffing about and just talking about these older streams. And Tarek showed up and kept asking. Gary Baxter's in the chat. He knows this shit. Tarek showed up and just asked for the link for and it's like everybody takes a turn going, Trek, it's old shit. Trek, it's a restream. And then like finally, like 30 minutes in, he was like, oh, it's a restream. Oh, haha, I didn't see that. I'm like, you didn't see everyone take a turn for 30 minutes going, Trek, it's restreams. Trek, it's restreams. But then the rest of the day, see Gary in the chat, the rest of the day, we started asking for the link just throughout whatever hours you were there, just asking occasionally for the link.
Yeah. So he was.
No, and I get caught up too. I'll come into one, I'll hear something, I'll be like, give me that fucking link. And somebody's like, comment free stream, and I just stop there. I'm like, oh, haha. I just stop on that one. But even I'll come in and be like, what the fuck you mean? Let me up there. Like, now that's like 3 weeks ago. Fuck.
That's crazy. Only
Panelverse. Panelverse. It can happen, you know? It's like I'm at your location on the street metaphysically. You know, it's just I can walk over to Lennon's house and I would see these people here. This would happen. Anyone can show up somewhere and be like, what the fuck? Like, I like when new chatters come in and then it gets late. It's like they're watching the old stuff. You're talking to them in the chat while they're looking at old stuff. And I've been that. I've found channels. Like, there's new channels in my recommendations. I forget the guy's name. He's just like eating burgers. He just like fries up a burger and eats it. Like, has no preparation.
Fry the burger? What?
Well, I don't know if he was just doing a bit, but it's like one video was, so what if I eat burgers every day? And he's usually like making some food or eating some, but then it's just another panel thing like anything else, whether people do or don't go up. It's just a bunch of yokels, you know. Naturally, I subbed up. I just can't remember what the name is. It's Moon Boots. Moon Boots.
Never heard of that.
It's just a guy. And it might be this new generation of like, yeah, this guy fired up my phone when I paid $25 a month on StreamYard or whatever, you know, like, or not. Like, I just rock my 20 hours a week. It's like anybody with a phone can do that. This dude's just eating burgers and talking to people, as far as I've seen.
Yeah.
Like just like a phone booth on the street. Well, hey, this is hanging off the hook. Hey, there's somebody on it. Just
But
gonna talk.
hold on, because you wasn't too far off. You was eating deep fried bread. Wasn't that what you was doing?
That's
You
what I'm
was
saying. That's
cooking.
all it is. The
Yeah.
first person to ever do late night phone hanging on the street that you can just pick it up and like YouTube policy and everything be damned. But there's like the host was putting random video clips or music up and just letting the whoever picked up the phones, however many people were on that panel that picked up, just letting them do whatever. That was Grace fucking Thorpe's mother. And I was like, this is fucking genius. I was like, if you're not worried about monetizing or getting like strikes and stuff, like this is fucking genius. It's just a free phone booth on a ghetto street in the middle of the night. And that's what it was. And it was her fucking mom. I've never seen it really rocked again. I'd make
Are
an
you familiar
entirely
with him,
separate
Tom?
email. I'd make a whole new YouTube email account if I was going to try that. I wouldn't risk this camp.
Are you familiar with those people, the Forbes?
The early, like when they were new to me and this whole thing was kind of communitying in the early days, I was the first one to just read them like, oh, I dig this. They're like me because the heat was on me about like PDF and Breaking Bad. And they're this like Catholic, allegedly incest, assaulty family. And I read it right away because back then, like Stephen David and Toilet Bowl Earth, they were triggered by them. Like they already knew them and they were reading like actual incest. So I'm like, guys, no, just read between the lines. Like, why would that chick still live there? Why is she having a good time? Why does she say F word for gay dudes more than I do? Like, that's when I was like, oh, this Grace Thorpe, this Hollywood Ben, this is cool. That's why I was trying to pull up, like, there are some things I saw they didn't see yet in the panel verse, like with, you know, the cult side and other things. Then I kind of low key like came in like Tommy Paparazzi. I was going to manage for him. Manage meaning you can insert me, but when this eventual thing happens, I could just pop in between and block that. But I'm glad I didn't overall because they went on a down. They're bouncing back off a downside, which is actually a more downside, but better downside than. It's like Paul's on a bad downside right now. It's like he's just looping the same thing, and it's not going to work. Like whether it's the panel combat or the what your channel is about, he's fallen off at both. And I pretty much.
Why are they so desperately trying to get interaction with you know, American black folks?
No, that's a Paul thing. Like,
yeah, why? What's going on with that? What's up with that?
Paul's like a residual, you know, when he was a younger white dude, and on whatever he says about his detriment, like the type of life he lived, or if he was just a spoiled dude, you can clearly see it was that typical, what do we call it in America? Or it's a class of neighborhood, but it's like, yeah, that white boy that all the music Paul plays is always rap or some kind of hip hop or black. It's like we all like that stuff, but you can tell a lot of us are just our own DJs and stuff. And as a DJ, I see how people are their own DJs, and I hope you listen to more than just one form of like politically and racially directed music to a beat. But the fact that that's all he plays on his warm-ups and what a lot of his, I think he was just a stereotypical wigger in America. And now even on his rights and freedoms tip, that's why I'm saying, yeah, that's the soft side of a lot of these guys where it's like, yeah, we get the not a soft sit, but you're starting to, like Brian O'Shea is still that tight, even if they don't realize that they're being a soft sit.
Tell me this.
Soft side.
From what I'm seeing, right, and hearing out of it, it seems like the sub side is the new N word for the white folks. Like that's what it seems like to me.
I just make the N word the N word, and I like the people. Man, it's like I got my own kind of like drift in there where, you know, like you're the only person I've aimed the N word at, and we're sitting here and it's like that's what we said in the beginning. Like you're an ocean apart from where that N word real. I know they say N word all over the world, But where it matters is here on the northern continent of America. Like that's where the biggest issue is. Other than around the world, it's like a word. But we are like, we have that music industry that backed and pushes the the kind of language tyranny side of it as a culture. And that's my thing with it that I can't get Nancy McLovin to understand. She does. It's Nancy Monarch, but her picture says I'm McLovin. But she's all hung up about how my channel rocks the N word. And I'm like, no, you don't get it. And then she interrupted and she was like fumbling around the chat, London, and she busted the N word tower. We had some people hype on the channel where there was a community coming together. It was separate people nailing that N-word tower, and she like the cake, the N cake came through, and the I cake and the G cake. We had 2 G cakes. And then she just opens the door into the E cake and wrecks the line. Everybody's like, what? And it was really it was boomer, but she doesn't get it. She still thinks it's about some ignorancy. And it's like, it's not even about the melanin. This is the word. This is the culture of building this tower. And we all know why it used to trigger, but now it's like a festival. Oh, someone's kicking off an N-word tower. Yeah, N-word tower, everybody. That's all it is now. Yeah. And it can be like that for you, because I'm sure you guys say it for hip hop and street guys that are macheting each other. But it's just, come on, man. Do you really think people are around trying to put anybody up for sale? Do I look like I'm trying to? Do you know what you call a black man that does labor for me for free? A friend.
There you go. That's it.
Because then if a white guy wants me to help him move, I'd say I'm not his N-word too, you know? Like, it's just that word. We get it. It's over. It's over. Now we're monetarily and economically enslaved. Now we're on the N-words. Right as I get this N-word conflict over for the entire world, if that's my Talcottian contribution, I'm here to end all N-words. No, I'm here to like make everybody N-word, to end all N-words. If anything, right after that, like, hey, congratulations, economic and slavery. Now you're all N-words again. Now you're all N-words.
Wow.
Economical N-words. Coin sob side, coin economical N-words. Now find that fat boy reusing my shit. Find that fat boy. Let me hear that fat boy reusing, replaying my shit. Sob side, economical N-word.
What's up?
Oh, but you were asking me. That's his thing. As that wigger, I already did it. Like, this is how we'll do this America Earth thing, and I'll be streaming, and you share that. Because then right now I could just say, that's his thing, and I'd queue up Hank Gets It. Like that all from one stream. Hank Gets It! Again, Hank Gets It! That was Black Man, I am you, you are me. I could play the first time he came at me, it was either during Captain's America or that time after, it was like the next day or something. He was trying to throw the, I'm sure London man, a melanin man of the streets understands like I would. Like, he starts throwing that talk at you in the early time. I watched him do it with you. He does it with melanin. Black man, ain't we a pair of black man? You get me. See, and now he's on that. I'm Italian. Same. See, I'm Italian. We're N-words too. And all these black people are like, I don't think Italians get the N-word thing. Like, Lou Bass is Italian. Come on. You think I'd look like this? Lou Bass looks like this getting roadkill off the road. I look like this because I just woke up and smoked a J and had a coffee. Like, you don't business this unless you're a Lou Bass. So maybe in essence Italians are N-words, but it's not like you go to
He's not Italian.
Go to the N-words and say same.
He's not Italian. Lou Bass ain't Italian. If anything, he's Turkish. He's Turkish.
He's worse. He's Canadian Italian, and that probably evolutions into some form of Turkish. Yeah. They make good knockoff weapons. There's a Turkish company, I can't remember the name. They make good knockoff. Like, people look at it and be like, that's that, right? Like, no, this is actually a Beretta. And I don't knock Italians on some of the drives and the bang bangs. Like I shoot my Beretta and the other hand's like this. Like, bellissimo. But I get the chain and this shirt to a job interview or something. Like, fucking white N-words. But yeah, that's all Paul's doing. He's back on that. Oh, he's out of that trick. Let's go find and you see every time he fishes on a new black panel channel, he fishes at least like that one person. Like he's had a black lady from one of those channels. I think he's had her pretty regular. Do you remember the one he used to have that she had like pink or purple hair and there'd be like this white dude, I guess her boyfriend in the background? I'm like, that's the type of white dude looks like he'll strangle you, lady. Like all Jungle Fever aside, that white dude's got that look. Like,
shit.
Like, he just looked like that. Kind of beady in the eyes, kind of gingery, you know? I mean, peace to them. I'm just saying the optics of like, if I was writing a movie, he could be that guy. Got that look. But he's done it before. He fished that purple-haired girl out of it's the same place he found, and I can't remember his name. I wanted to ask you about if he's been around anymore, if you think we broke him. The dude that I made the Jack enables the child assault whenever he like turns his camera off and you hear him smashing each other.
Hold on.
JB or B. Yeah, he had like an
yes, something like that. Yes.
But do you think we broke him, or did he just get over it and he's gone?
No, I think he'll be back. He's probably got some real life events going on. He's got a family and stuff. I think he'll be back.
Oh, we probably we're all going to. If you don't already, like I said, macro. We're all going to have some stuff going on.
I remember him though. Yeah, I remember him.
Yeah, it hasn't been too long, but I think he had passed through or been in some of TML's replays. And then I remember him every time I see something like I've done that he's in. So I just wonder, it hasn't been too long. I wonder if he'll be around, or if anybody's seen him at a channel I just haven't watched.
Yeah,
but yeah, it's just the way this panel has always been. Is people will come through, is kind of like they'll find it and eventually just drift off again. Any of us can, even like major channels. I'm telling some of these channels just give it up unless you got a thing you're actually doing. Some of these are kind of showing to be like drama channels. Even the Skeet Sleazy.
La cucaracha, ya no puede caminar, porque no tiene, porque le falta.
Oh, look who's back. 6079 Smith. This dummy's back. Look at this.
Gemini, different ass niggas. Just be on my
You
shit.
can't stay away, can you? What's your problem, dude?
All kind of shit going on.
Why do you keep coming here and you never participate on my channel, but you just want to come on here and talk?
So I came on here yesterday. I thought we had a decent conversation.
I do something out here. Something different out here. You already know. Nigga
I asked
really
you a
is
question.
blocked, though.
Why don't you answer it?
I'm answering your question. You blocked me yesterday before I went on the panel, so then I commented from another account.
Top down. Pull up with the top down.
Still didn't answer the question. Why do you
I
want
always
to come
say,
on
I always say to people, show me a YouTube community, and I'll show you a cult.
This goes up to Smithy. Are you home now watching this?
Top down. With my niggas and your bitch. Pull up with the top down.
Did you miss it the first time, dumbass?
See me wrong with the top down. With my niggas and your bitch. You ain't got no idea.
Did you miss that somehow?
Got a teacher. Top down through the streets here. You think she ain't on a leash here? Baby, you know what it is.
Did you not see the video earlier?
Sleeper. But you're not a love a creeper. Don't be shy with your features.
You're just a loser. Your shit isn't interesting at all. You're just a loser. Your shit isn't interesting at all. You're just a loser. Your shit isn't interesting at all. You're just a loser. Your shit isn't interesting at all. You're just a loser. Your shit isn't interesting at all. You're just a loser.
See me wrong with the top down.
You're just a loser. You're a loser. So you are banned from backstage now.
You get up like a dog.
Completely banned. Completely banned. Completely banned.
Riding in my coupe. I'm gonna take you back to the shop.
Not just blocked, but you can't even come backstage now. So go fuck yourself.
Never let the scene choose you.
I do like.
Man's at school.
There's something about Sandy Machine's style. Like I dig his style. It's just like that's a good rhythm and voice for like a stand-up comedian or a burn comedian.
You're just a loser. Your shit isn't interesting at all. You're just a loser. Your shit isn't interesting at all. You're just a loser. Your shit isn't interesting.
So you can imagine kind of how it is. This is how it is when he goes in on CBO.
Yeah.
It won't take me long to find it because I know what folder it'll be in. It's like which episode.
Oh, you're calling my channel a cult. You backed somebody that
I
is a
just
friend of
did.
mine.
I just did. Yes, I did.
Hey,
What's
you're being
the
a
issue,
loser.
bro?
You're being rude.
What's the
You're being
issue,
a piece
puppet
of
man?
shit.
You got me blocked like you're fucking afraid. Like I didn't come here attacking you. What the fuck's your problem? You look weak. You
You're
look like
a rude
you're jealous that my shit's interesting.
You're a rude piece of shit. Look at your weed. Drunk, cucaracha. All right.
Does that mean it's like when it's Sanity Machine on Bex? Don't tell me you're putting chips on Bex. Like I even have haters that whenever I wreck somebody they like, then I wreck them enough, they're like, yeah, blah blah blah.
So you are banned from backstage now.
It's like I tried to tell the Linguine kids. The only way you can have it, the same with Polyboy. The only way you can acknowledge a wreck or win is like you have to have this bar of like, are we gonna say that Mod God shows weakness or strength? Are we gonna say that talking? Yeah, man. Like who's fact checking? Because that's where the cult. That's where we get cult from. It's not this panel versus cult. It's if you've acquired this solo crew of people that are just, yep, no matter what, win this guy. If you're, remember the dinosaur fighting game? If you've become one of the people that run around at the feet of your dinosaur while it fights, that's cult. That's not just like people panel versus. You're cult. You're cult as fuck, bro. That's where the term cult is. And then like these people that get called cult get mad, but then you'll find a clip of Paul going, why am I constantly being compared to Owen Benjamin? What is it? I'm like, dude, that's the thing. You and Owen Benjamin are running parallel with how your people are, how you are. And whenever I first found Jim Bob, and Jim Bob is to Owen Benjamin what I am to Paul Slade. So when I'd see Jim Bob's channel, when I'd see Jim Bob bitching about his cult situation and who he is and that, I'd be like, is he watching? Is he talking about me? Like he'd be talking, I really hate him and blah, blah, blah. Not like a Jim Bob, him, but I'm like, does he know about me and Paul? Has he been watching me and Paul? Is that what he's talking about in this post? And that's what made me look at the Owen Benjamin thing. I'm like, that's why you get compared to Owen Benjamin, Paul. You are a dollar store Owen Benjamin. You're a Dollar General Owen Benjamin, Paul.
Dollar store. Interesting. Tommy always puts me.
Yeah, they're ripping off my shit. I reference Shutter Island all the time. It had like six twist endings at the end. And I get the ending of Shutter Island mixed up with the dream one because it's both like he sees his ex chick and she's fucking crazy and kills the thing in that place. Like it's either his dream place or the Shutter Island's his crazy place, the other one's the dream place, right? Yeah. And then both those directions with the chick he only sees there that gets all murdery. Like I get those endings confused too. So it makes it like 8 twist endings. Because they drowned and the building burnt and the woman, like, oh man, there's like 12 twist endings if you get confused between what's the dream one? I always forget the dream one name. It's the thing that happens when you go in the dreams. And I can't remember the title of the movie every time.
At the beginning of
it's a word like bellissimo, but it means they're dream. It's like the dream layer word.
Reconcile something, reconciliate.
Well, it's like one of those words. I'm watching the chat, but the chat is worthless in this community. They're just talking. And thank you, Gary Baxter. That's like the one
Inception.
in like 1,000 times he'll piss me off in a year. That's the one time he comes
Yeah.
through. Time to start another year of being fed up with Gary Baxter. Yeah, fucking Inception, Shutter Island. I get those fucking endings merged, interlinked. I'm confused which is which. Great movies, good movies.
I still haven't seen Inception yet. I think there might be some gems in that for me.
Oh man, I can't believe you. It's probably made you a different kind of truther to have not. How many times have you seen an Inception reference in these streets? And you're just like, I'm sure it's awesome. I'm sure there's connection.
Yeah, Max told me, I swear to God, exactly what you just said. Exactly what you just said.
So it's basically like people find a way to like hook up and they can like come and share the same dream, but one person is like the dream. Like this is your channel. You would be the host dream that we come into. And then like in that dream, you can go to sleep and get into more Inception layers. And they're trying to make you think a thing was your idea through your dreams, or trying to find a thing that's your problem, It's really trippy. But then each tier, there's the time difference because of like how you feel like you dreamt for an hour and you just dozed off for a second. And each tier, that time relativity gets exponentially longer. Where it's like the whole movie happens in a short car ride, but they have to find a guy that I've been waiting on all this time. He's like old Yakuza boss by the time they can find him. And it's like, you don't remember, man. We're just like, it's all the same day. Like, come on. You gotta see that movie. It's even too long. Chad, tell him it's too long for spoilers at that point. Like, it's been too long for Inception spoilers at this point. But shit. It has the boy. It has the famous boy back before he was boy. The Michael Cera, the chick that Michael Cera knocked up. It's like the last movie she was a girl in, I think. Sorry, I probably just ruined your channel for future algorithms. There's future algorithms to take this to fuck down over that one. Maybe the current algorithm.
Shit. Interesting. Yeah, lots of gems out there.
Macro, bro. Macro is coming. A macro is coming. A macro is coming.
I believe so.
That's the other Inception layer. I'm like, hello, community. Is this not the group of motherfuckers that have always been saying, like, is that not why Gematria in? Is that not why, the max thing, the distant eyeball points at stuff from distances, the max thing, guys? Is that not why? Are you not wired to be a thing that existentially look like I'm gonna eat it one day? Like, it's definitely and I wouldn't be surprised if my species made me eat it one day. Like, hello, McFly. I don't know how long we're gonna. It's like the whole community keeps watching coins land on the same, like, tails again. Every time you flip it, like, is that not McFlying yet? Like, it's the thing you're chastised for paranoid delusionally seeking. I wish I knew some links. Like, there's this channel I use on a lot of my crypto and Riddler conspiracy stuff because it covers that, and it's constant short takes, but I don't remember which ones are real, like this stuff that would take you in that Trump direction. There is a thing to this number stuff, and everybody is kind of skepticizing, hating on whatever with that whole, the numbers will always work out. You always make some math to do that. But I have to disagree. I can't make a good case and explain it, but what I see that and what other people are showing of their stuff, that even sometimes like, he doesn't know he connects with here. I'm gonna share them both and not act like I did it. It's crazy. It's blowing my fucking mind. Like, it's not just numbers, because Zach kind of takes it in the just core numbers, but some of my crypto things, they show how it's like these consistent Twitter, now X, aka Twix accounts, have always been riddling, have always been right, have always been showing these clues, and a lot of the clues get found in hindsight when you piece it together. And some people are like, oh, we read it wrong, here's this. But even through the colors use the, like, they make pictures. They make these collage pictures, and people studied it for the past like 3 to 5 years, and it was showing that all this stuff going on with SEC and crypto and going cashless, all that 90% of these coins got to go. It's been depicting it. Like pictures get shared, and then next year that picture is the article that that a big news thing puts out about a very prevalent reason, and then it's like they're the ones pointing out, did you see the Grim Reaper passing through the halls at King Charles being crowned? Oh, after he got crowned, the Grim Reaper, now he's got the cancers. Can we still say cancer on YouTube? It's gonna change,
believe
I'm
so.
sure. Yeah.
Believe so.
In one state in America, they're trying to say you can't condescend like the small hats, and I don't really like the N word. I'm not out to condescend the small hats, but it looks like in at least a couple of states in America, you can like jail time for saying a thing that some of these channels have probably said. With just one type of person, you know, like I don't care which type of person that's in that law. That's weird. Something's up. That's a obviously like flag. We didn't take your First Amendment rights. You're just not retaining your credit score over it. Your social credit score is diminished by your use of your First Amendment rights. We didn't take your right. We didn't take your Second Amendment right. Your digital coin just doesn't purchase Second Amendment items anymore. And in my state, they're pushing that, oh yeah, you can keep what you already have, and when you die, you can't pass it on to like your offspring or anything. It just comes back to us when you die. They're like, macro boy, they're pushing it. They're pushing it everywhere. I'm sure I've heard stuff of your continent surrounded by water that I just can't remember right now. It's like that one dude used to come here and be like, oh, we're the banking overpower. I'm like, yeah, now they're the first to be doing some of this stuff that's also starting to roll here. Because centralized banking. Like, we're the military power. It's just sitting on this continent. Yeah, we're the military power sitting here. You're the banking thing. You're sitting over there. That's really close to the Catholic thing, you know? And it's all compounded there, but still, centralized Orbis. Orbis chat. Centralized Orbis. Orbis banking. It might sit here where it sees the man in the moon face upside down, sees constellations upside down. If it sits here, it might sit there, but it's like XCOM, baby. You're doing the whole globe. You're eventually covering the globe like an XCOM, like a nice, solid, successful XCOM run through. You ever play XCOM?
No, I ain't played that one.
XCOM Earth Defense. It's like those turn-based strategy games, but it's like aliens invading Earth. But you also have the economics of like how the money's spent at your bases, how your guys are trained. But then whenever you're on a mission, you actually play like a strategy thing. It's
I know what you're talking. I know those type of games. Yeah, they're kind of cool. Yeah.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's like you can see that as like, well, yeah, my bases are here and here, but I'm running the planet on the alien defense. You know, I'm running the whole globe. Like banking, guys, your country signing thingies. It's all gonna drop to that. Oh, over time, we just slowly said banking was the guy, like the world guy. We're sitting up on the thing. That's the monies, the bankers. Yeah. And then this changing of the guard had to do with the digital possible overseer, intelligence level people. And they caught up. Like digital could be money in these ways. And they caught up to where like the Charles and the Childs and the names above will never know. They had to be like, okay, well, we beat them or join them. So it's join them. And that's what I was saying by like now we're in a macro where they saw the collapse of their thing and the Phoenix rise into a new thing. Oh, same us. Samesies. We got it. Dibs. They're like dibs. Sacrificed a little like side to side. There might have been deals and sacrifices, but dibs. And now we'll go into a brand new era of technically, unless there's some deep state espionage thing, we're probably just gonna excel into like monetary slavery, whether we acknowledge it or not. Some people will just be cucked up enough to Oceanica, no, everything's always been fine. Oceanica. My money expires. My money expires if I don't spend it. Bless Oceanica. You're either that or you're probably they're probably gonna put a box on your head with hungry rats until you out your buddy or your lover.
Oh.
Make the rats eat Julia's face, not me. Imagine that. Imagine that. Think of the woman you love. Think of the woman you say you die for, and them driving you to just make the rats eat Julia's face, not me. It's heavy, man. It's heavy. And then you see each other again, and you're both just reinstitutionalized. You just see hello, sister, hello, brother. I never had that thing. Never had that thing. Everybody go watch 1984. Watch 1984 before you live it.
Before you live it.
You'd be able to get more time out of your cubicle, London, if you'd sign up for more injection tests. You can go more outside and more screen viewing if you sign up for more government localized drone comes and injects you. Tell us how you feel later. Sign up for more of those. You can go outside more.
Wow.
Where outside, where you see the box that has your friend in it being shipped out of his cubicle, and now you know why he doesn't answer. He got more outside time signing up for government funded, the thing.
Jibby jabs.
The helpy pokes. Yeah, you gotta sign up for more helpy pokes.
Hokey poke.
It helps everyone have less of you. It helps everyone that's left. The left.
The left.
Where you at, Smith? Come on. Where you at, Smith? No, that's what I was saying about Smith versus Sandy Machine. I'd probably pick Sandy Machine over Smith for like just having to have like long form conversations and go somewhere, because the Sandy Machine doesn't like me, because when him and CBO were rivaling, I was like, the same thing I've done over Paul Channel. Like, I'm currently in my own CBO battle if you want me to kind of wreck him in his face and show you how it's done. And he was like accepting that, but then just when I was checking out his channel, I am. If people are talking that God level stuff, I'll say like, "Oh, this is what I think," and this is what and he ended up not liking me off that. I think he like muted me real quick over just as a Christian, I think this, but no hate. Like, I know you're doing your thing, but I believe this. But that's why I still watch stuff like what you show. I don't know if you guys have had like beef or whatever, but what you show of him, again, man, I dig it. There's something about his style I do dig. That template could go on any outlook, but there's something about his style I like.
Yeah.
And then him against Smith, I think I take Sandy Machine as who I'd be rooting, because I do highly suspect Smith. Smith has a weird level of kind of good stuff that doesn't have the bread. It's like he's got this meat that's not supported by bread that makes me think he's just collecting other people's shit. It's like he's collaging the stuff he thinks sounds good. Because when I watch actual like Gematrius and Riddlers showing the progress, it's like Smith's one of those kids you can tell describing, showing the work, or describing the answer. They're just like phonetically, they don't actually understand the equations. They're just phonetically cheating somehow. That's how I read Smith's stuff, and he does just show up everywhere and nobody knows he's there yet. And he just starts chatting like into his thing. Like he just starts the PowerPoint, and that's how you find out he's in the room. Like if you're mingling at a party and suddenly a guy's just up against the wall, like projecting against the wall, starts his PowerPoint. Nobody, hey, Stevie's here. And he's starting the PowerPoint as soon as we realize he's at the party. Like that's how he comes in the chat. There's something real plastic to it. And he also gets really triggered. He's actually doing. No, I'm not saying Smith. Wait, I don't know who Shadow Light's talking about. I'm not vouching for any of these guys. Shadow Light. I'm talking about like Sanity Machine, his delivery, the sound of his voice, how he articulates himself. And that's just a style. Like you could be a Christian and have that style. You could be a Muslim and speak your thing in that style. I just dig a vibe about how he comes in this. I'm not supporting his outlooks for blah.
Blah. Let's go. The hell? Where is it? Okay.
Saying that they're all woman and putting double X in their name. When they're not double X, they're XY. They're XY. Okay? They were assigned a gender.
Yeah, does he buy into the assigned gender thing? That's my example. It's like, nah, I'll fight him on that. It'll be fun.
They were.
But that's the type of guy I'll respectfully. It's like an anime fight. Like I'll hear him out. I know he's not going to pull enslaved, and we're going to back and forth.
Assigned a gender.
And he is good for music shit, like you're using him on.
They were assigned a gender.
Facts.
Why is he good for music shit? Because he's not talking like this. They're assigned a gender.
It boils down to.
Your shit sucks. Your shit fucking sucks.
It's wrapped up in those gonads. I mean, that's what it is. I wonder if they're extra large gonads or if they're raisins. I don't know. I don't even want to think about that, to be honest. I don't want to think about the size of those gonads. The size of that beast is already, extra large. But that's all they can talk about.
Was that real-time notifications?
Yeah, it was. I think so.
I just didn't. Oh no, it's like right there. That was like, oh, I need to start throwing in fake notifications in the videos. It makes it like something funny that comes up in a fake notification during the part. I mean, I did it. It actually happened with that Cletus Musk thing. I did get an update while I was live streaming, but then in the video, I made it like some gay alien site that wanted him to renew.
A sign.
I took a Abercrombie and Fitch ad and made all the dudes alien faces.
What's the obsession? The total obsession with gender, genital, and there you go.
Dude, I know you were drenched in cat DJ clips. I know those have gummed up a search before.
Yeah.
It's closed. It's proven.
Facts.
It makes sense now, doesn't it?
Maybe this is
They've been obsessed with the genitals since birth.
maybe this is what the fuck is that gamer dude, guys? Just Frank. Maybe this is how he got me fucked up.
All they could talk about is the genitals and me, exactly. But listen.
That Batman scene you used? Like, I'm sure I used that one clip of the Joker or the Penguin to rep Paul.
Qualified question. Correct yourself.
Vex, you've lost your marbles here.
I have not lost my
Could that be more Busker?
here with someone I respect and I respect myself, and you're going to tell a story
Frozen
about
on my end.
it. Disqualified a question.
Giving you the benefit of the doubt about the experience, but now it's like.
Passionate about clearing my name with someone I respect. That's all.
If you're listening to this,
Someone I respect.
Listen, freak. You're never gonna have a sausage.
Yeah, it's frozen for some reason.
Never. Never.
Mine's okay. I haven't caught up with the froze yet.
You're never gonna have a man like me.
You might be frozen as StreamYard. It's still running on my end and YouTube. It's a little clippy on the video, but the audio
it's
sounds.
freezing on my end. I'm not even gonna force
You know what it is? I used
messages
to have it. You know what it is?
What's
Are
that?
you playing that off? Are you playing it off your computer?
Yeah, I need to. That's what I said because I haven't exported it over yet.
Yeah, like you put it in and this is sus as fuck, but you got to drop it in a Gmail window. Like you make a Gmail tab and drop it into that address and then share screen that open Gmail tab. I mean, I get how it makes it run better because you're putting your thing online, but to drop anything of yours to a Gmail tab, it makes it's Google. We know it's Google. It's overseer. It is what it is. Give them a Caesar. I don't care. They can see what I'm sharing. I try not to share underage dicks, like whatever. Wait till they get me for sharing some Jesus Christ stuff. Then they can just take away my social lead.
It's a Jesus Christ stuff, yeah.
Wait until that's what I used to do when Snafu was reporting my channel for guns. every LARP church, I'd start with my Bible, be like, report it, Snafu. Help us see when this takes me down. Like, let me see when they take me down just for reading this book. Like, start reporting this too, so I know when they start taking me down for reading this book. So, it's like I have a Mormon do that, have anybody doing their thing in their square. I'll be like, yeah, the government can't make you not do your thing. I might not think your thing is the right thing, but you can do your thing if it's not sacrificing my children or, detrimenting as for me in my house. Yeah, man, shit's going down. Shit's going down. I sketched that Speakeasy. I sketched him out one night from the chat. There was a guy on he was showing receipts in his circles of things, and the guy's like, "Hey, man, I just wanted to sit on the beach and drink beers. You know, you guys are real talk. I just wanted to come out here and sit on the beach and drink beers." And I chatted. It says your social credit isn't high enough to sit on the beach and drink beers. And that sketch Speakeasy the fuck out. He's so, "Are you gonna be okay, Limit Tommy? Is everything okay, bro?" Like, I'm just saying it's that vibe passing through, man. I'm just keeping a little predictive awareness. I'm predictively programming some awareness, my dude. Speculate if that guy's retarded sometimes. I don't watch him enough to figure it out. But man, you're like, the first time I went on Hoax Wars, he played Owen Benjamin clips where he wanted me to react. I was like, man, I hate him, but you play everything where I'm like, he's right. He's fucking right. Whenever he's right. I hate to say it. He's fucking right. You'll play this sanity machine shit where I'm like, I'm at the NASCAR race. That's sanity machine, man. Oh, boy. That's sanity machine.
Race.
That's the NASCAR guy. Woo, that's sanity machine.
Yeah.
Fucking
hell.
Who had to have the extends car? I don't watch NASCAR. I know some guy that's one of the more famous racers driving extends. And it's like, fuck. I forget my stand-up meeting. He did a bit about it, about making fun of the NASCAR guys that now the sponsor jacket you're buying, it's all expensive. It's like mostly extends. It's like calling him Willie or something, or some kind of flaccid joke, some shit. He does the hey boy, I'll tell you, this is racing, boy. You shut your mouth, boy. This is racing. Can't remember his fucking name. He's legit. He used to like visibly be on coke. He's a Spanish stand-up dude. I mean, you could tell if you did coke. There's some nights, especially when they're just catching him at open mics and stuff, you can see it in his eyes and the level of sweat he's constantly on. But he's still fucking hilarious. He's up there.
Do you know what was hilarious? The other day, right? You said something. Hold on. Let me remember.
This is the guy. Somebody in the chat will know. This is the guy that's famous for doing the movie that this Sunday.
That's what it was. Do you remember that guy, right?
Yeah.
From over at the Matrix
name.
Man.
I just can't remember it.
Do you remember the Alex Sharman?
Alex Shaman, that guy that was like trying to troll me.
No, I don't think he was trolling you. You said he looked like someone. You said he looked like someone. Remember that day when you said that? The Ganja Man.
He said I looked like someone, and then I said a different person, or I agreed with him, or he was trying to piss me off.
No, you just. I think basically you said you was at somewhere, right, and you left that place because you didn't want to leave a bad vibe there, so you left there. But you said there's someone in that place who reminds you of someone. It was a character.
I know what you're talking about, but I can't remember. I remember the thing you're talking about, but the details. I'm like, what was going on? Yeah.
All right. When you said it, he looked like the guy from was it Crocodile Dundee?
Oh, from the karaoke. Yeah, from the karaoke channel. Yeah, and that guy was in some other movies too. If you were Egyptian or some kind of Persian, I think, and that's why he was an actor, of course. I think that guy's got baby. Like you frame him in, the guy that looks like the shaman guy. What kind of shaman is he? His name's what shaman?
Alex.
I wanted to show him whenever they were that karaoke channel. They weren't like super open panel, right? Like I think I got up there a couple of times. But the night I was talking about it in the chat, I was like, you got to drop that link. We'll put it frame by frame. I was like, I got him brought up on his screen from this scene, man. It's so perfect. He looks just like that guy from Crocodile Dundee Ghost. The taller brother with like the top knot, or what we call the man bun. He looks like the taller brother. Remember when we were children and we chased a snake into the field, and we chased a snake into the field? And like, we're gonna burn him out. Great idea, you know. But he looks just like that guy. Looks like that guy.
Oh man. Yeah.
Did I tell you about the dude I met here? He works at that dispensary down the street. But the way I met him is he's like this. He's one of them black dudes with like almost palm tree hair sticking out. He's real laid back. But
hold on, who did you meet? Who did you meet? Say that again. Who did you meet?
This guy he's just an employee of the dispensary down the street.
Okay.
But he was out smoking a cigarette, and I had my fucking vest on with the Tetsuo on it. And I'm coming up the street walking my dog, and this guy's like on the corner smoking on his phone. And he's got this red material jacket. I'm like, what? And he turns around. It's got the fucking pill on the back. The fucking Canada fucking jacket. I'm just walking. So he sees this cracker ass, semi-looking, small mustache guy with a half pit bull dog coming up. I'm just coming up going, my dude. And he's like, what? And I turn around and got the Tetsuo shit. He's like, oh, and like he ended up giving me a joint and shit. It was crazy. Because I was telling him like, yeah, man, I can't even come in right now. I forgot to renew my ID because you have to have an update ID. He's just like pre-rolled. It was like, thank you. And then his name is Shaboy. And I thought it was funny because when I turned around, I was like, it's your boy. It's your boy. And his name's Shaboy.
Shaboy.
Mm-hmm. And I'm like, and then I don't think anybody ever hit him with that. Like he says now, like, oh, it's your boy. And he like laughed like no, and nobody's ever hit you with it's your boy. Your name's Shaboy. But yeah, it's funny. But dude, I've never seen. I mean, maybe back in the '90s, I might have gone to an East Coast city. I might have caught like a Canada jacket. Never seen anybody rocking that red, fucking what is it, like some kind of faux leather. And the fucking pill on the back, and you could tell it'd seen some miles. It wasn't like an unblemished jacket. It was badass though. Search that sometime.
Oh, where's that thing? I've got another one for you actually. Hold on a second.
Yeah, I gotta find that standing machine beat down. Make it. I know it's the whole stream probably, so I need to just chop it out and have you come watch it.
There's another sanity for you.
Did you have a beef story with him or what?
Creepy creature, and that's what it is.
Oh no.
You just used like clips of him.
Yeah. Well, he came onto my show one day and disrupted the flow. Other than that, no problem.
And I mean, that's just a thing. We're all just gonna. Everybody just is a combination sometimes. It's like you really got to be a Paul or an OTW or somebody just consistently. Like people would call me that. I'm just like on a thing I'm gonna stand on. It's not really that I'm like a shitbird. OTW the fucking shitbird. Shit puppet, Wendy. Shit puppet.
That is creepy.
Yeah.
Free.
And Standing Machine wasn't always. He went like a fat skinny thing, right? I think he's like either thin now or used to be thin.
Demonic eyes.
I don't know. Fat fuck.
Creepy creature.
And the puppet thing wasn't too long lived, I don't think.
Would you look at that? My goodness. That's freaky. God damn. God damn. What the hell? What in the world? What are we looking at?
Is he doing blue light therapy? Or is he just doing an effect?
That's a diamond. That looks like a diamond. That looks like a fucking diamond. It does. Oh shit, look at that. Oh my goodness. Oh. What is that? Is that a fucking witch or a harpy or what is that? I'm not kidding you. You might be looking at a, how can we put this?
Look on these 4 white horses. Hi, nice lady.
Hi.
Oh, you found the lady. Hi, lady. R.I.P. Andre.
Okay. Who are you trying to fool?
I went to the stable and look what I found. 4 white horses.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. somebody might have.
Dude, when Christos puts his face up to the camera, he might have been on something here too, because he looks like he's kind of trying to hump his. He looks like he's trying to hump his fanny pack. He's like getting some grind action off of it. But then whenever his face pushes up here, it's like because whenever I did this, I put a filter on him that covers his eyes with glasses. But whenever I see your footage here, he looks like he might be on something.
Right?
Facts.
You could put a mustache there. And let's get real here.
And trust me, I've been on stuff.
That's just true. You could put a mustache there.
Hey, look what I found. 4 white horses.
Thomas, is that you?
Yeah. I was like, I remember you used me recently in a thing where it was just popping. It was pretty good. And I am gonna. Neither of us are gonna like this, Tom. And you hear me, Gary. Gary Baxter. It would have been a thing before you said. Is Tom saying he rubbed one out on you? Like, oh, now it's more of a thing. I can take it there further. I could have worked with the yes. I did hear the rubbed one out. A rubbed one. That can be a thing. But Gary, it only compounds. It only compounds, Gary. You saw how he sat there. It's Z's fault. I could make him man loving, ripping through. No, I have changed my mind. I like Moose. No, I have changed my mind. I like Flow State. Like, that's because Z left this fucking comment on the screen. Z left this fucking comment on the screen. You shared Gary Baxter asking if I rubbed one out to you. It's set in stone at some point.
You have a secret, Tracy.
Neither of us are going to like that footage. People didn't like the Jizz Band video. It has to happen. Gazy Universe, guys.
You heard him.
We're all a bunch of faggots.
I got it.
We're panel fags. Panel fags. Like if this was 4chan, if we were still on 4chan, we'd be panel fags. Get in here. Got a new one, guys. Panel fags. Get in this thread.
Work for the broken ones. They'll buy the bullshit. It'll work for the broken ones. They'll buy.
Gary Baxter irritates Z. As soon as I drop Gay Z, he goes hiatus. I don't think it's because of Gay Z. I'm saying what shit fucking timing, Z. You just leave Gay Z hanging for breaking your shows up in the clip. I wish videos, I wish uploads and clips got more views. I don't know why he's doing it now. See, look at them eyes. That's not a horrible person. He wants to know why God lets the bad things happen to the baby. He's not a bad guy. And he does have a mind for trolling. Chev, you know my producer Chev. Chev got rocked by the sanity machine. I just can't find it. I haven't been motivated to look for it. Chev got absolutely decimated by sanity machine. It still fails in comparison to CBO getting wrecked by sanity machine. But that punk ass producer on my show, Chev, got decimated. Did you see me sharing that Donatori stuff? The Donatori from Zoolander 2? Yeah, Donatori is like, I love that shit from Zoolander 2. It applies to a lot of this. Like, you guys suck. You guys suck. You both look like shit. It's great to see you. You know, like he just rolls it. Like they're that level of hipster of like, just before Zoolander meets up with him, he's like, I'll call Billy Zane. And then by the time they go downstairs and meet the guy, he's already had a meme I'll call Billy Zane shirt made of Zoolander. He's already wearing it. It's like Donatori from Zoolander 2 was kind of showing some of where this panelverse and where the internet would go. But it was like in the style world. And it's also my vote for Zoolander 2. Like Zoolander 1 is funny. But whenever people say, what's a sequel that was better than the original, I would probably make that my vote. The Zoolander 2 was better than the first Zoolander, especially with Donatori. Donatori is so fucking hilarious to me. These are my friends. I hate these guys. He's like, this is my friend Gleek. He makes the worst shit tattoos, bro. He's like, here's my Colonel Sanders. And it's Colonel Sanders as a Jedi with a lightsaber saying, where's the beef? I never want this on me. Why would I do this to myself? It's fucking great. Like, it's that level of hipster reverse psychology. I love Donatori. I wish there was a whole movie about Donatori. Zoolander 2.
In that movie, right, where does he come from?
Donatori?
The main guy. Is it
Derek Zoolander?
Yeah, where did he come from? What land?
Like if when he was a kid, or I think he's just in America.
No,
Or I mean he's from America, but then he's like world renowned, like doing the blue steel, the model.
Okay, but what's interesting about because the name Zoolander itself, right? Because I'm pretty like even the continent itself that just appeared out of nowhere. It's been hidden for 350 odd years. Zealander.
Is that like a continent that popped up like out of the ocean?
Correct.
Can you map it?
Not
Bring,
yet.
bring
It's
that
not
up.
on it's not on the globe. Hold on. Let me see if I
Young
can get
Rebuttal Bar, bring that up.
1 second.
Damn, my screen says Brian O'Shea is on a consistent restreaming of Paul while putting. Oh, okay. He finally took the blacks out of his time. Like day after day of something and the blacks. And that's why I like that Daniel Tosh joke. Where like, and if you ask me, I don't think they're too fond of being called the blacks. Like, dog. Oh, Brian. Diane O'Shea. I say we're all probably going to die on the same day, but probably Brian before that. Just, I don't know. Where I'd put the chips on that table. You know, the whole world economy is going to go to shit because there's been way more number trading around than how many chips. Like a lot of trust me bro chips out there in the markets and the coins. A lot of USD coins being. If you thought that money printer could go burr all digitally, it's like a laser digitally. Money laser go. Bzzz. Bringing something up, I'll make a copy. How you doing? How you doing? Oh, okay. Is this the thing that popped up? Oh, Zealandia. Yeah, that sounds like it, but Zoolander is like ZOO. And it's really, I mean, there might be some, there can always be some Illuminati or the powers that own the things that make everything you view. There can always be a thing in there. But what is, I am interested in this place. Is that off of Africa? So is just that green part above ground? Are you muted? You're
Oh my gosh. Cheers, Tom.
Yeah, because when I'm like, you have to be there to move the screen unless a video is playing that's doing it. I'm like, are you there? I'm like, no, you're muted. You're muted. So that green part there, is that green part the only part that's above water?
Correct.
Yeah, I buy that. I buy that because you're gonna watch. You've seen everybody sharing their maps of when America's more underwater.
Correct.
So where is that?
New Zealand. This is New Zealand, and this one over to the
Oh my
left.
God! Why is it called? Why is it called Zealandia in this fucking map?
Because this
I know
is
New Zealand.
Right.
That's where your gnome guy, the gnome looking guy, the gnome that comes up here.
You
That's
know
where
exactly. But
he sees the man in
this
the
is
moon
hold
upside
on,
down.
because this is the thing. Maybe the original name for New Zealand wasn't New Zealand. They just named it that to say,
Zoolander.
yeah, and then some
Just a bunch of tribal people going like blue stealing at each other.
yeah.
How they tribally fought with.
Because look, check this
models
out,
there.
right? I even came across another map, and Australia had a completely different name. It was like,
Yeah, you know we took that, right? You know us white people, we took Australia. We used it to put our bad white people, and now they're all pussies. You see how that
yeah,
works?
that was a prison. That was a prison. But it had like a
Yeah,
European
now
name.
all those prisoners they cupcaked in a little. No, some of them are still badass, but they're letting their government go. What am I saying? It's all centralized banking, but it's going to shit faster there. They're giving up on some things faster in Australia. Maybe things they never even had to stand on. Yes, thank you, Chad. I don't always watch you. Thank you. Yes, New Zealand. London Man likes to leave me hanging on like a technicality until we get to
Do you know what? Sorry,
But what was Australia? What was Australia called pre-white domination?
I forgot the name of it. It was something like.
Yeah, nobody cares. It's ours now.
Hold on. It was something like.
Hey, look at that. That's not an ice wall at the bottom.
Something like that.
It's like a continent that might have been a lush tropical rainforest at one point. Now it's covered by ice and perilous, polar climate. Southern polar, as in
Holland.
Antarctica. Yeah, Antarctica. That's a southern polar thing. Arctic is a northern polar thing.
Thank you, Alki. Holland.
And what's that word? What's that word? The word lineage word? I'm doing that right now. I'm doing that. Globy. Repping Globy style. So where are we going was, besides being part of the 10% of the population that's on the southern hemisphere that does see constellations and man the moon upside down, where are you going with this New Zealand thing? You just playing off Zoolander?
Yeah.
That's cool. We're just ripping. Because I was about to say when I came back, I see this thing where I'm kind of glad the community has gone to shit. This is that cycle that's panelverse imitating life. Now here we're going through these cycles of populations, dynasties, that have to come and go. Like now that we're in this thing where the Sov side has collapsed and the Sov side was largely connected to an innate possibility of man-on-man panel wars and panel fights. Now we're going into, I think, a Renaissance era where you either get back to what your channel was about, not panel fighting on those times, or you find your thing. or you evolutionarily will probably die off or just become a perma. Yeah, you got these 15 schmucks that always show up for you, like kind of like the linguine kids and stuff. Like you have to have something to float. And this is a guy that I had no intention of doing videos and channel until I was like, Paul Enslaved wants to go. I can make some videos, throw down Paul Enslaved. And now it's just like, well, fuck him, vanquished, and he's even washed up himself. Now it's like, okay, am I just turn it off or do I do a thing? And even with the, like, we both riff off of drama footage, even beyond that, it's like, do you still do something if all drama quits? Will you be all right if all drama quits and there's nothing to even riff and clip on? It's that. So I welcome the collapse in both IRL and channel. Cycle. It's a cycle. It's like a carousel happy. It goes round and down. London man, I had a dream last night that I was a snake slithering through the rainforest, and I came upon a dead elk, and I curled inside its body for one, and that meant I would underestimate. Was that Grandma's Boy that had the guru guy on the CEO table thing? He came to the business meetings as like guru dude.
Who was that?
Grandma's Boy? That was Kevin Nealon. I don't think it was Grandma's Boy. It was an Adam Sandler movie. It's Happy Gilmore. It's Happy Gilmore. I even made it Happy Gilmore. Happy Gilmore. Yeah.
Gilmore.
I had a dream. Was it Happy Gilmore? Yeah, Happy Gilmore. But yeah, for some reason he was like his advisor, like business guy, and he'd go into like, who's that guy that Jack and Paul like? Sad Guru? Sav? Is it Sav or Sad? Yeah, Kevin Nealon was one of those guys. It was hilarious.
We've just been informed. P. Diddy's mansion has been raided.
P. Diddy's?
Mm-hmm.
Shit's heavy, right? I think even Will Smith is in on that shit. Allegedly,
Wow.
like I saw Justin Bieber.
Way.
Justin Bieber claims I think this is just me talking off a headline and a thumbnail. I think Diddy, Will Smith, and that other older guy that's getting tied in, I think they made Justin Bieber toss their salad. At least one of them. Justin Bieber claims he was made to toss salads. And I've seen some weird pictures of Diddy on the come and get it poses and stuff. And Will Smith on like the chin up, obviously something dangling. K, something's dangling, you know? Obvious one of those kind of pictures. A la Hunter Biden.
That's wild, because you know what? I've seen
really any of us that have ever been inebriated with a chick talking up our dick.
I've seen footage of Justin Bieber, and I think he's just coming up from giving one of those American football players some head or something.
Dude, this is part of the age of information, awakening, deception, all interlinked. Like age of information perpetuates both age of deception and age of awakening, enlightenment. It might be part of that funnel of the timelines. Like it's all funneling to whatever that outcome is on the timeline, you know? Could be that, but you're definitely living through a thing. You're in a thing as we speak, you know? It's significant. I mean, we're always in a thing as that timeline. There's always something, but we are in a historical thing. Like even compared to so there's times like of guys and crucifying and writing, and then there's like revolutionary bang bangs. We're in an epic level of what those are. We're in one of those things where there will be this time, which is deciding after that event what time is. It's the before and the after. It's like when I had my wreck, there was my life before my accident that would in one day change my whole existence. There was before that day, and then there's after that day. And we as a history are in that shit. We are building up to that macro.
Macro, the macro.
Return of the macro.
Return of the macro. Oh my God. Gee, here I go.
Yeah. On the pizza. That was on the pizza make line shit. Yep. That just had that. It slapped. Like it was like
I
it was
know.
R&B, but it was like slapping. Yeah.
I know. Do you know what? That's one tune I could hear anywhere and appreciate the fuck out of it. Like, oh, I remember this shit. Yo.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Senior. I'm your senior. But I used, whenever I was in Winchester making that Capri Sun, and when I talk about some of these suits I lost when I lost my hoopty car, I used to go to this, it was called an Afrocentric store in Winchester, Virginia, where that dude was, you could tell this is where the Return of the Mac type black dudes that have to have the Chrysler 300 or have to have this, like, you know, they always look glossy in a way with a fucking fat cigar, and they're the Mac guy. They're what that guy is, like those guys. I used to buy suits from there because it translates to white guys. You can find Afrocentric suits where it's like, I'd look neo as fuck in this thing. It doesn't take a tie. It kind of does like the preacher thing up around your neck. I've got like tails that don't whip too much. You look like fucking Neo when a white guy wears Afrocentric stuff. This is one of the things I regret losing. I'd even got this pair of sunglasses that are absolutely irrelevant. The squares are like the size of dimes and they're just squares and it would just sit on your nose. It was that fucking Afrocentric pimp shit. Like pimpin' since been. But like I said, you got to work with like too brown. Like that's definitely too brown for white guy. But when you get the colors right and you can look neo as fuck from an Afrocentric suit store. And that guy was cool because like I was a skinny ass cracker coming in there buying stuff. It was a cool store. And either way, your button up shirt, your colored button up shirt, they had that for anybody too. And you could go gaudy where it's like your buttoned up shirt that'll go under the suit jacket, but it has like etched glossy gold design of something where like I wouldn't wear that to my grandmother's funeral or anything, but like Return of the Mac shit, you know?
Yeah, you know what, Tommy? I got a request. I think maybe you should do like how would you call it? A parody, right? But a few old school songs, but people might hate me for this, but you know, you gotta test the waters, but in blackface, but you know, CGI, AI.
Oh, you mean using AI stuff?
Yeah.
I've been thinking about just doing a couple things with it, especially whenever I see because this is what I've always warned Talcott Clip Collection about. Like, all cult association aside, or all dependence on Jack still being online aside, I used to warn him and Gorilla Gems, like, guys, YouTube is already preparing to have like a lot of AI suppression. And it's like not that they're doing anything wrong or that we're tricked, but just what will come is all AI is going to suffer for it. Like you saw Cynthia's videos have already been taken down. All she ever did was AI a fucking still frame face over something where you're like, I know it's not real. I thought they were stupid on a lot of parts, but because it was used by like AI was used to the level where someone goes, she used my face, it's gone, right? So technically people could be snafooing almost everything. It's like, that's my face, it's AI, I want it gone. That's why I'm laughing at some channels make my trademark picture their membership emojis. I'm letting all that shit sit in summer. I've got a cult leader that likes to throw that trademark picture up when I'm not around and try to be me. Like, that's like, and I could sit and simmer on it, and then after all kinds of channels have done it, just been like, hey, that was trademarked the whole time, you know? Like, hello. Like, I'd be Johnny Depp with the musket. I'd be like, editor, artist, like at the end of the pirate thing, like, that was trademarked, it was copyright, artist. Come on. And then just let them use it for years and then go on a reporting stream, like look like invaders typing away, report. That's what I'm saying about your music suggestion. I've always wanted to do some music or parody or stuff, but that's still a direction. I have a lot of stuff that can never be monetized because I used a song, but since they let it sit, I'm like, yeah, it was all entertainment. I don't care. But they show me you monetize, it's just gonna, we're just gonna do it because you use that. So
But
I don't
hold
know.
on,
Maybe
hold
it
on.
has to be original. Maybe it has to be original song.
But yeah, that too. But can't you do it? I mean, would you get striked even if you done it on like a short? Is that still a thing?
I have never gotten a strike yet for anything. Shout the snafu like it's. I've had warnings. I've had things that just can't be viewed in certain areas, but I've never had a strike yet.
Yeah, same here.
But just what I have had, I'm like, it as soon as you would. I'm happy with just dono like super chats and whenever I can get subs, like the stuff where it's just me and a person trading fiat. I'm fine with that. I don't even want in the running for like, can we let this type of ads run? Are you Google worthy ads? I'm not worried about that level, but it is a pain in the ass. That's why, because what you're talking about, that's where it really gets complicated. Like, how come I can't do a plagiarism theater where we watch The Believer and we just talk about it, but the guy that has it posted on his YouTube where I was watching it from, like, that's fine. But I can't watch. I don't want his money. I don't want anybody's money. I just want to watch it with my channel viewers, you know. And you can't. So, and the way to do it, it gets complicated. So I'm just like, try and find that lane, not in the way where I'm like Paul or Flow State trying to fucking shut people up and say, no, it's because of that lane. I'm being an asshole to you, but I'm gonna say it's because of this YouTube lane. I don't want to be that, but I just want my videos to stay up because you guys know what I'm saying or where I'm going. I just want it to sit there. So yeah, the music thing, it does get complicated. Even I didn't realize some of that music I've used off my editing software, some of that didn't used to pop up with an owner and now starts. And even the theme song to Spurg News, that song's gone. Like all I have is that one Spurg News intro I made, and that song is otherwise gone. So I'm starting to keep the songs when I like them so they can never be gone. Like the theme song for like versus the LARPers of the Panelverse, that hard jam, they had like a different AI version. I already grabbed that for sure, including, you know, the way they both mix together to be, it's like two versions and then you stack them and then it's a third one. Already grabbed those. But anytime something's good now, and like Loop Loop song, I've already heard that used in just some random YouTubers. That sci-fi trailer where it was like the I've heard that in them. Like all that shit's starting to be out there now too. AI is gonna kill our shit. It's gonna be weird, kind of next level creative. Like right now, it kind of sucks. And like I said, that Kate Middleton thing. I still want to see if like she has a big old gaudy ring that disappears and how it disappears and when it disappears. But I'm not surprised if it's deepfake. If Kate Middleton has been missing, fuck your channel. You're over there on this continent. Fuck your channel. If Kate Middleton had been missing and she appears saying she's come down with cancer, but that appearance shows to be AI, done. I'm done. I'll just get back in my corner and lock and load, and I'll just have an MRE and I'll sit in the corner, just point at my door, and hey, have fun with that over in the UK. How's the sites out there? Is there still like the travelers, the things?
Like I said, I'm not even. I don't know what happens outside of my perimeter. Serious.
That's kind of. I'm not calling you a Paul, but that's what he says he's doing too. And the only reason that's a problem is he talks the B community. Go do so, B, and he talks like he just handles the shit and is back home.
Yeah, no, I don't.
Fine. You're fine because you're open. You're not saying, Tom, you need to get out and fuck with homeless people.
Yeah, facts. Well, that's
what I told Wizard. I was like, Wizard, it's fine if you want to speak against the medical establishment. Just don't cam up in a fucking hospital bed, or just shut up about the medical industry if you're gonna pop up in a hospital bed. Fucking surviving cancer. Hello. Jesus, Morty, you survived cancer. You came back to the fucking carpet factory. You came back to the carpet store after you survived cancer.
It's a default comedian.
This guy's got Roy off the grid. This guy's got no social security number. Drop it into Google. Hey, I'm not an agent, but I'm here to make sure and handle you into dropping your video, dropping your cool meme video into
Not
a
double.
Google account.
Hold on.
Your ex-wife.
That
Just
is
want to see what
that
he's
is
talking
not
about.
the reason for my presence on your panel.
He said a flat Earth map.
I'm just looking out for you as a fellow creator. Ha 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 ha.
I can't even see it, Alki. I have to check it another time.
Yeah. No. Is Jack streaming? I wonder where he went, man. That's what it is. That's what makes it sketch. Like with anybody, there's times where it's like, yeah, I touched on your true shit. You got mad. Do you want to talk about it? But then it's just like he's still doing the thing. And I don't know if we're past the day. I knew the day was coming up. It was before the end of the month was the day. And I don't doubt that even that company might not be right there that day to be like, hey, are you out? There might be like a pre-email. Like there might be some kind of digital. I don't know. I've never sold a house and left it before. It was bounced apartments. I don't know. But there's something that doesn't change. And I'm like, yes, commercials, sell the bit, sell your meme Jack. I'm like, hello. I mean, if you don't want to talk about it, that's fine. But like I said, whether he disappears or keeps showing up, both are before that time. After something's gonna change and be either weird, different, or obviously different. I might pick up that ball though. I might be the imposter Jack for the community. I've already had one of my birdies deliver unto me his fireplace and chair without him in the frame. I've had that delivered unto me. All I got to do is get a strong filter face on a Jack. I might pick up. I'm gonna fill that void possibly, not daily at 4 o'clock by any means, no. But it might help everybody get through their Jack loss. Have a little fun along the way.
Mr. Jack
Holy cows, man. Like I can just watch real-time news and just be like, holy cows, man. What are these earthlings, man? Holy cows. Brother, I want to end what we're seeing right here. And then you just loop that. You just loop that on the news.
Holy cows.
No, see, this is, we wouldn't have this if not money, if not war. Let's end war and money. Just tie it all in. While eating an MRE peanut butter. Dude, it was fun. You know what's crazy? You know, I've never denied what kind of shit I encounter and what goes on. The last time I was streaming, I was like, how did I get like 11 jumping people all in a second? I was like, is the cult here? Paul's not up here on the panel. He's not in the backstage. What's going on? Fucking Linguine crew. And here's the thing that's epic about where I live. The Linguine crew, some of my strongest following PDF accusers, they're sitting there being like, yeah, I just heard shots. I heard those distant gunshots that you stopped and said, do y'all hear that? They're like, yeah, that was like 2 shots. It sounded like 2 or 3 shots. Like even the pedo accusers are like, yeah, I hear the shots in the background of that. Like, do I look worried about it? I'm only mad about it because it disrupts my sense for when actual shit might be popping off on certain levels, in certain ways, in areas on my geographic location. It disrupts my spider sense for when, oh, is it a go time outside? Is something going down? Do I need to cover my AO? Do I need to get low in my fucking shit, you know? Should I jump in a bathtub if there's a mushroom cloud? Not mine. I don't have one of those old school bathtubs. I got like a Tetris. I have one of those bathtubs, you know, it's a Tetris shape of mold that was slid in. That's not, you don't use that in a nuclear bomb. That's not the right bathtub in a nuclear bomb.
Tetris boff.
And it's even just like foam and insulation, just the plastic is the tub shape and stuff. And it's like they're trying to do Teslas. It's so when it's bad, like they can just come in, rip it out, slide a new one in, there it is. Tesla wants to get to the level that whether you own it or it's just a bunch of RC cars you can use your phone to hire, they want it to that turnover level of it's so cheap and easy to make an electric car. You just take the highest bar, just, oh, we just banged it up. No, it's fine. You banged it up, fine. We're just gonna melt it down. Here's a new one, you know? Like just keep cycling them out in that Borg type way. That's why they invented that shit. It just all in one press. It makes like the whole frame of the car. Whereas we've always bolted together, and that's why it's all big and heavy. It's like all one frame not only is stronger, But it's like, oh, you did total it, scrap it, melt it down. Here's the new one. You know,
Scrap it.
People hate on the dude, but whether a person is good or evil, he is doing a thing of this is how you mass make a factory efficiency size, robotize, advance, push it, move ahead. And it's not all just him haters. He also, like some of us, has a mind and eye for seeing people. This is what Paulie wanted to be, allegedly, until he turns it all back to about him. Elon Musk does see people for their strengths and what they, and assembles the right, like you and you doing this, boom. That's half his thing, man. No one's out here saying Elon Musk is in the factory doing everything, turning every bolt. But when he does a thing, like he didn't start in rockets as he took SpaceX into rocket, he's still learning to know he's not getting bullshitted. You have to know enough, you know?
Hey, Tommy,
So,
what's the
yeah, that's
EV
true.
car? What's the EV
Huh?
car? What is the EV car?
Electric.
Is that okay? The electric?
Electric. He's saying the like if you said the Los Muertes, you'd actually be saying the it's electric vehicle. So he's going the electric vehicle cars. You know them electric vehicle cars. That's the way he said it. EV is electric vehicle, and the battery is the biggest cost. That's the big thing they fight to take down. But it's also why EV cars are sexy, badass speeding machines, because the battery is the lowest thing of the whole car, and it's all the weight. Like that big ass lithium battery is heavy as fuck, and it's what keeps them four wheels planted. You're just doing like sexy immediate torque stuff, you know. And I was like, what? You got a couple seats on top, you got some ashtrays and a little bit of computer boards, yeah, whatever. That big heavy battery is what holds it down and keeps that low center of gravity. Badass. The only thing that's bad is the tyranny. Like all things are good if it's not perverted by the beast system. If you could just have a clean electric car with all the frills and what's positive about it without the big brother abilities, fucking money, dude. It is. And all the temperature extreme people, that's gas engines too. You take a gas engine into extreme hot or cold and not know what to do with it to maintain, it's gonna fuck up. You just modify what that is if it's an electric vehicle. Tyranny is just like your phone, honest to God, just wanted to hear you out and be like, I think he might want a herpes check. He's talking about maybe having herpes. Let's throw him up an ad for a local herpes check. It really did want to do that. And then Big Brother like tyrannized, like, let's see everything they're doing. Let's socially grade them on it. It's just, it didn't have to be that way. This is the duality yin yang thing. This is what we're in. This is your simulation.
Hey, I'm gonna start to wrap up now, my man. Been a pleasure. Good old days, good times.
Let's see you wrap it up then. Now, yeah, I'll message you. Where you got jobbers? When is your available times? I'll find the standing machine thing.
I've got something apparently with Rose tomorrow. Hopefully that goes ahead. And then Wednesday I've got another show with the Occult Rejects. And someone else mentioned something, but that ain't for certain.
You got Cult Rejects?
Correct. On Wednesday.
I mean, Cult Rejects is in like Paul people?
Who?
Or is there a Cult Rejects group or something?
Yeah, there's a group. There's a group. Correct. There's a group.
Okay.
Cool. Yeah.
Cool. I mean, like, I'll just let you know when I've found it, because I could probably whip it up. I could find it today if I really like get set on it. I just need to let you know when I have that standing machine shit. You just tell me when you want to do it. I'll find out how long it is. But it could just be a one-off that doesn't disrupt anything. I mean, like tonight or tomorrow, if I have it and you want to do it, I'll let you know.
Yeah, no doubt.
It's just epic. Like it, and then after we watch it, you could probably find clips to use. Just CBO was like, I will draw him here, and then we'll drop this on him, and he had his people, and it's like ends with him like gulp stuff and just not looking. He has that look in his eyes when you've just been countering everything a dude can do, and he knows that, oh, I guess I'm losing. Like he gets that look. The standing machine's just cammed off with that tone. Just You really brought someone, huh? You brought someone here and you didn't even watch? You don't have the decency to know what you're talking about? You can hear it, man. Yeah, we'll do that shit. We'll do that shit.
There you go.
A dollar sign in front of Illuminati.
Dollar sign in front of Illuminati. Cold. You see how he left? He said dollar sign in front of Illuminati. Wild. What's going on, people? What's going on? There you go. There you go. Rebuttal Bar and Station 33. Is that what the doctor ordered? The doctor just slipped it in there real quick. See what the doctor just did? Doctor just slipped that medication in there real quick. And here we are. Station 33 and Rebuttal Bar. Interesting. Big up to the grand old chat room. Big up, big up, big up. What's going on? Who we got down there still? Who's down there? Let's have a quick look. Give me a second. Have a quick look, see. Yeah, it's got Squirrel, got Alki. Gen2 gone. What's Squirrel saying? Is that a different mic tonight? Yeah, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Indeed, it is a different mic. How am I sounding, Squirrel? Let me know. You gotta let me know, cause I didn't even listen to the, how would you call it? Myself back, basically. I didn't listen to myself back, so I could be sounding terrible. Who cares? Just went live. But yeah, it's been a pleasure, man. It's been a pleasure. Thanks to everyone who showed out today. Appreciate you guys. I'm gonna make a little food, roll up a little something. You might see me out there on the metaverse, but I'm shutting down the bar. It's been a pleasure, everyone. Been a pleasure. A tad treble. Okay. Remove that away. Tad treble. I'll figure it out on the next time around. I'll make sure. Good stuff. Respect, my man. Respect. Much love to everybody, man. Look after yourself. Love over war. London.
My love ain't got